Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Isle of the Dragons. Apologies for the delay in our startup. We definitely had some difficulties in getting the stream up and running, but hey, we're finally here, and hopefully it is a good one because we put a lot of the delay was just putting more work into the production. So hopefully this can be a satisfying experience for all of you. But welcome, players. We're all here.
Hey.
Oh, can that cat be seen on the... Oh, that cat is on the stream.
We can now.
There's a bean.
Yay!
It's a beanie.
She's sleep.
Yeah.
She's asleep.
Also, hey, what's up, Hoyle? I see you've been hydrating me from the chat. Rest assured, I am drinking. So, that being the case, how are we all doing? It's been a while since we've been in the Isle of the Dragons.
It's been so long. Where even are we?
So for those who don't know, the Isle of the Dragons is our Wuxia fantasy campaign set in D&D. Ooh, and thank you very much, Rose, for keeping up the subscription. We're back, baby. So it's been a while since we've been at the table also, so this will be an experience. Bear with us if there are any hiccups or difficulties. But the Isle of the Dragons is our Wuxia fantasy D&D campaign. It started as a one-shot. We thought it was going to be a one-shot, but now we're on the third one over the course of 4 years. So we're getting there. Every session has been 2 years apart so far, by the way. I looked this up. And this is following
Is
the
it 2
trend.
years even now? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
2019,
I did that
2021.
like 4 years ago.
Yeah, and 2023. It still holds up, that IRR, honestly. But yeah, so we're returning to it tonight. We got a bit of a roster change up, but we are joined by the inimitable Hailey House. So my lovely fiance will be with us, bringing a new player character to the table. Yeah, so I think we're ready to rock and roll. This is not your first time playing with this group, but it is your first time playing on our stream. So welcome, love.
Yeah, let's bring on the chaos.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So we have a exciting storyline prepared for you guys tonight. Hopefully it'll be worth the wait. Again, apologies for the several-hour delay, but I hope you'll find it still worth your while. So, as a brief content warning before we get into the meat of this session, tonight's session will contain sensitive themes, including addiction, disease, and references to historical practices of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. So, viewer discretion is advised. Please take a break if you need it. Take care of yourselves, people.
Please.
So, that being the case, I think we're ready to jump into this long-awaited session. Also, apologies for the technical difficulties in the pre-stream. So many things, but we hope we can make up for it with this story that we have planned tonight, and I think everybody's really excited about this.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. So, that being said, previously on the Isle of the Dragons, after repelling an invasion from the Zhao Empire, the legendary monk defenders known as the Dragons of Shuishang took up an opportunity to fight in a prestigious martial arts tournament known as the Kumite. Traveling to a private island owned by the Qing trading conglomerate, you met fighters from around the world, some friendly, like Shun from the island of Pakam, others hostile, like Ichiro, who sought vengeance against you for killing his sensei during the Zhao Empire's attempted invasion of your island. With Ira representing Shuishang as your chosen fighter, you fought your way through the rungs until facing Ichiro in the final round. However, you noticed amid this excitement that the Qing trading conglomerate was capitalizing on this distraction to mount their own invasion of Shuishang. So you abandoned the fight and went out to sea to stop their warships, and ultimately defeated Sultan, the personal bodyguard to their leader, Tai Chang, and the captain of the warships. Ichiro lent his temporary aid in the battle, but ultimately you have a feeling his vendetta against you is not yet over. But you returned home to your island of Shuishang, where you settled in the peace and simplicity of the dojo and your duties to the people. And that is where we pick up tonight. Also, I think I'm getting a little bit of echo from somebody. I'm not sure. We could check that. But for now, I'll move on with the narration and get us into this session. So, In the dead of night, lit only by the moons above, a wooden skiff boat drifts aimlessly on the Amahan Ocean. A lone figure lies on his back within it, covered in tattered rags of dirt and dried blood. He stares up at the stars, resigned to his fate. Then, boom, the skiff comes to a stop. He sits up, seeing the sandy shores of an island. It's lit only by a few torch stands at this hour. A few piers are nearby, a few huts near the shores. A fishing village, perhaps? The figure steals their strength and crawls out of the boat, rolling onto the sand. And after a moment, he rises to his feet and walks into the village. He's not done yet. So, morning rises on the monastery of the dragons. Any morning routines from Ira or Kaivire as you begin your day?
Ira wakes up and...
Oh.
What was that?
I'm gonna get back into the groove.
Ira wakes up. She's got, of course, I think she's at this point she's the one of the head monks. Like I know she's a teacher, and
Yeah, well, all of the dragons are.
I forget.
Oh,
Hailey.
we lost Hailey.
My
All of
computer's on
the dragons are in teaching positions of some sort. So but yeah, you are definitely rung above all of the other young monks.
Yeah, so she gets ready. She does all of her morning ritual, stretch, gets ready, prays, and then does the chores. She wakes up earlier than everybody else and does chores around the sanctuary, around the monastery to get stuff ready for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, as she gets up, she grabs this hulking huge hammer, mallet, what is it called, maul, that's hanging by, and she uses it as kind of like a walking stick to walk by, and this heavy metal thing just clanging on the steel on stone as she's walking by. It's just clink, clink, clink.
With, of course, the dragon head design at the end of it, representing the platinum dragon. So that's Ira as she begins her day. It's morning, sun rises. Anything from Kaivire?
I think Kaivaya starts like an early meditation, probably around some kind of stream or a waterfall or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's near water.
Definitely a lot of those nearby. You don't have to go far into the woodlands just outside the walls of the monastery to find something like that further inland. You find a nice, peaceful, serene place to meditate and eventually make your way back to the monastery itself. So, as you return, you find the young monks gathering in the courtyard, but wandering aimlessly. Normally, your grung friend, Recall, leads them in weapon drills at dawn, but he seems nowhere to be found. Ira, you begin to notice this as well, as all the youths of the monastery are kind of standing around, not knowing what to do, all kind of chatting among themselves. Tifu Swancry
they all showed up and the teacher's not there yet.
Yeah. Tifu Swancry makes his way out of the main kind of pagoda-like structure that stands at the center of this monastery, and is now surveying the situation as well.
Where's her name was
Recall.
That's my frog.
Recall.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Recall?
I was about to ask the same question.
Froggy. Poison dart frog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, something like that. One of those. Did she have to call out?
She should be leading the drills at this hour. She is not within the monastery. I haven't seen her all morning. And as you all are having this discussion,
I'll
huddled
do a
off to
loop
the
of
side.
perimeter.
I was going to say, as you all are having this discussion, huddled off to the side as the dragons, separate from the students, the main front, like kind of big wooden gates in the wall of the monastery creak open as Recall stumbles haphazardly in from town, at least from the direction of town.
From the front gates.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you see her, the short frog-like grung, black and green stripes, big dark round eyes, and those
Immediately, like
simple beige garments.
running over to. Does she was stumbling? Does she look injured?
Make an insight check. First roll.
Well, I guess I mostly mean like does she look like she's bloodied or bruised or like she
That's
got beat
true.
up?
That's true. I guess that would be visibly you don't see any wounds.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So then, going over again, I would ask her what's going on. Maybe, well, first go, bear hug her, make sure she's safe. Looking behind, see if there's anybody following her or anything.
You don't see anybody on the path behind her, which is a pretty clear path that goes downhill a bit and then leads into the town. All mostly fields and bushes, no big trees in that area. It's all clear. So you would see pretty readily if there's anybody in that general field or path, and you can definitely tell she's on her own. But as you embrace her,
Right.
Recall's just like, oh, goodness, you would not believe this new foreigner in town. He's crazy. I mean, as a grung, I have natural tolerances for poisons, but this guy drank me under the table all night. And he's still at the bar.
Is he
You
Russian?
were
So
late because you were out drinking last night.
Well, and Swancry just sighs. Recall, students have been waiting for an hour. Your indulgences have made you derelict in your duties, and a poor model to these youth. And you see, Recall...
Ira just looks at her and is like, "We'll have a talk later."
And this little grung just looks like she's about to say something, but stops herself and looks humble and chastened. And she says, You're right. Forgive me, Sifu. It won't happen again. And she bows. And Swancry says, See to it. If you are in any shape to lead your flock, then please do so. And Recall nods, shakes off her drunken stupor, and goes to lead the students in some forms and drills.
I was gonna motion her over to Kaivar and say Kaivar, can you take care of her?
What do you want me to do?
Because you can cleanse stuff, right?
Oh, are you drunk?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, I've never been drunk before. But I'm telling you, this guy made me go that long. That was an insane amount
Are
of
you
liquor.
lightheaded? Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel nauseous? Do you
I
feel
think
like you
so.
throw up?
This is what humans often describe to me of drunkenness feeling like.
And she'll walk over and her what's artificial? That's what I was thinking of. Here's
Oh, with Kaivir's prosthetic arm that
prosthetic. That's what I was trying to think
yeah,
of.
constitutes, what is it, her right or her left?
It's a right arm. She goes over, places it on Kaivaya, and uses Physician's Touch.
Hmm.
So basically, it cures blind, deaf, and paralyzed, poisoned, or stunned.
Oh, okay. That feels a lot better. Wow, thanks, Kaivire.
No problem.
Sifu, and she just bows to Swancry and to the rest of you, and then goes on to draw her staff and lead in the drills. Or her
Ira
spear.
pointedly as she's leaving, pointedly clangs her staff against the ground and it's just like
And at that, all the students
kind of
just
signaling.
stand at attention, and
Yeah, especially signaling class has begun.
big Minotaur Ira is definitely in a looked up to, if only for her stature within these walls, and the kids all get into formation very quickly at the sound of Ira's maul, which they have never seen, most of them, in action, but have heard many
The
stories.
starting bell.
It's a school bell.
Yeah. Well, I had this idea. I don't remember if I used this before, but like, you know how monks will have those incense balls that they will like. I know there's like certain traditions that have different things. I remember seeing somewhere a giant incense ball staff that like in some Wuxia movie somewhere. And I had the idea that she uses her staff as an incense burning thing sometimes. So she will have like, so part of her morning ritual was packing with incense, and when she lights it, the smoke billows out of the dragon's mouth.
Oh, that's dope as heck.
Whoa.
Dope as heck. I love it. So are you with that?
Yeah,
the
so she
students get into formation.
Class has started, lights the incense, and just like, and you know,
setting the atmosphere, monk stuff. That said, as all of that gets under the way in the ambiance of the as this group of children and their teacher recall go through these drills, your Sifu Swan Cry, who is of course the male Kenku who appears like a white swan with some black spots around the beak. He approaches the rest of you all huddled together and says, As for this foreigner she speaks of, if there is truly a new resident looking to call Shuishang their home, then they are under our protection. Perhaps they ought to have a more proper introduction to the dragons. Ira, Kaivar, would the two of you be willing to go into town, make those introductions?
bow.
Of course.
Yes, Sifu.
She bows low.
So, the two of you then head out, I presume, and into town.
Yeah, and take the alms blocks as well.
All right. Yeah, just to make sure you could collect some alms on the way. And the villagers, of course, are always quick to pay their dues. The dragons are very respected in the very small fishing community of Shuishang. And of course, you know, you don't even have to ask for directions. You know there's only one bar on this tiny island, and that is Ming's bar. So you head into town, make your way over to Ming's place, and Ming's bar is a long wooden hut with a straw-thatched roof. But you've seen it many a times. However, as you come to it this time, the building is surrounded by about 10 figures in simple brown robes. Many wield bows and arrows, and one figure, a dark human male gripping a machete, stands at the fore of the crowd. And beside him, two henchmen restrain the bar owner, Ming, by the arms. And you hear commotion from inside the bar before an unconscious body is thrown out the front door, just like... The figure at the front of this pack just sighs, is like, all right, Vitarko, we know you're in there. Better come out before we burn the joint down. And Ming just struggles against the henchman holding him at the side. Just, please, no, that's my business. This is our business, old man. Moment goes by, and he kind of...
How far are we away from this commotion?
You haven't been noticed yet. You're coming perhaps over like a around the bend of the path, and are basically seeing this from behind. You're maybe 60 or so feet away.
Goodness.
Okay.
Should we intervene?
Looks like somebody needs our help.
It's Hailey.
Oh, Hailey left again.
No.
Dropped out. Our layout.
Yeah, I know our layout gets ruined every time.
I disappear every time Hailey
Apologies,
goes.
Sorry about that,
So
guys.
yeah, we're gonna stroll up, and Ira's pointedly going to like punctuate all of her steps with her staff, and this is not staff, her maul, her giant hammer. like driving it into the ground to like, signal her approach as she's coming
So
in.
you're not being subtle.
Just like everyone around town knows like when Ira's coming around. No, like everyone around town knows when Ira's coming around, and she's especially making sure to know when Ira's coming around. Everyone knows Ira's coming around. Like if you are,
She'll be coming around
a local,
the door when she comes.
like if you are a local, and
yeah.
I was just it's like if you're a local and you know that like something's like there's some hooligans around and you hear a kung, kung, you run.
Kaivaya's worst off will extend out from my palm as well.
All right.
Oh.
So you two come in, the maul of Ira clanging against the ground with each step. This group of hooligans, as you insinuate, turn around to face some of this noise, and the one at the forefront goes, "Move along now, monk."
I find that offensive.
Hey, this isn't any of your business.
It is our business when it's causing a disturbance.
You are in what's the name of the island again?
Shuishang.
You're in the island of Shuishang, protected by the dragons. We are those dragons.
And he kind of gives a bewildered look. Not any, don't look like any dragons to me.
You don't need to look like a dragon. Feel like a dragon.
Whatever. And he kind of nods to one of his henchmen. He says, "Torch the place." And you see a few lackeys begin lighting torches and moving towards the building. And suddenly, as they do, the doors to the bar swing open once more. As a figure drunkenly stumbles out.
Are they like lighting like Molotov cocktail type things?
No, just like stick torches with a wrap at the end that they begin lighting. But again, as they do, a drunken figure stumbles out holding a gourd loosely in one hand. And you see this figure, a tall, broad-shouldered, light-skinned adult male in tattered and stained brown tunic. But though disheveled, you can faintly make out rippling muscles undergirding his clothing. And his grungy exterior is kind of contrasted with soft blue eyes. His ears are pointed like an elf, but his jaw chiseled with orc-like fangs protruding out from his lower lip, and short, messy black hair atop his head. And he just comes out going, "Alright, I'm coming out, don't get excited."
Ira was making, preparing to like rush forward when he comes out. I'm assuming they do they all continue forward with their torches as if like they're still gonna torch the place?
No, at that point they stop in their tracks upon seeing evidently their target emerging from the building. So they stop there, and just all eyes are now on him, and all of the bows from the back line of archers all begin to knock their arrows and get ready for whatever may come. And the leader figure just pipes up again, just like, "You're gonna come quietly, Vitarka." And at that point, the figure that emerged from the bar, evidently Vitarka, he trips down the front stairs from the bar's porch, tumbling into a roll in the dirt, before instantly popping back up on his feet and swaying closer to the leader figure a few paces before taking another swig. And the leader figure just kind of shakes his head, disappointed.
Ira is... What'd you say?
Ira, should we intervene?
We should at least keep a close eye and motions to move forward and get closer.
So you begin.
If everything was resolved diplomatically, then it is none of our business. But we will step in if we must.
Understood.
And as that leader figure, eyes locked on Vitarka, kind of steps forward with his disappointed shake in his head. He kind of closes the gap and just goes, it's dead or alive anyway. And he swings his machete. And the drunkard effortlessly dodges with his drunken stumbling and then swings back around for like a back palm counterattack and smacks the leader figure in the face. And at that, everybody in this crowd of would-be bounty hunters begins springing into action. Are the dragons doing anything?
That's our cue. And rush forward.
All right.
Just blinding speed.
So you all charge in. I will say these would-be bounty hunters are vastly outmatched compared to the dragons of Shuishang. So I will call this an abbreviated combat. I'll say these guys can be dispatched however you describe, as long as each of you expend one limited class resource. So either a key point, a rage, or at least 10 hit points. So
a narrative resolution.
Yeah, because these guys, if you size them up, you realize these guys are not a threat to you.
Dudes.
Yeah, these are dudes looking for a score.
They're not even men, they're dudes.
They're just dudes. Like, they didn't even know who you are. Like, they're clearly out of their depth here. So yeah, you guys can just spank them and just expend, like I said, a limited class resource, either a key point for Kaivire or a rage for Ira, or 10 hit points. Your choice.
Ira, or a class resource.
What was it? It was something in 10 or 10 hit points?
Key points for you, or if you have any other limited class resources.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to use a rage. Spend a rage. Ira's. As soon as the blade swings and he dodges an attack, and everybody starts jumping in, and she's like, "That's our cue." Her eyes glow white. And she rushes forward. The wind blowing through her maul, causing the incense to ignite even more, and like the smoke trailing behind her as she rushes forward with a blinding amount of speed for somebody who's 300 pounds, 6'6", and like Gore rushes the first person that she meets, preferably somebody with a torch, and immediately just starts going to town on everybody around her with not using them all, just
fists,
gently folding people in half and setting them to the side.
All right. So Ira goes down and
like she never puts her maul down. It's just all one hand and just like.
That's a mental image right there.
Understood. And Kaivire dives into the fray as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna use one key point to do flurry of blows.
All right, so you're just going through and just knocking people out left and right. As this is going on, the Vitarka figure has also been fighting his way through this crowd. Arrows are like flying every which way, but he seems to drunkenly, it looks by chance, like dodge out of the way of each one as he stumbles around with his gourd, and eventually closes the gap to one of these archers and just smashes the gourd against them, and then seamlessly trips and falls and stumbles towards another figure who they sweep to the ground and are able to knock out with very swift strikes. This band of bandits is made very short work of, and after a while there's just a pile of bodies on the ground, and the two of you alone with the only conscious figure now, this besides the bar owner Ming and this Vitarka figure, who's just looking around, is just like, dying. Broke my gourd.
Ira's going to straighten herself up from gently laying somebody's face into the pavement, and the flames from the incense in her maul start to die down and fizzle out, like reducing itself to like a light simmer, and the smoke resumes to come out from its maw. She straightens up, looks around, eyes still glowing, and it fades back into her normal eyes. She and composes herself and approaches the two. Now, what business do you two have here?
Speaking to Ming and Vitarka.
Ming's the bar owner. The other guy with the
leader figure
guy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say. Yeah, we could say he just got kind of incapacitated instead of straight up knocked out like some of the others, and he's kind of.
Oh no! So he got knocked out.
Oh, I was picturing everybody got knocked out, but we could say he's just coming to.
I thought he was still up. Yeah.
But me.
I lift him up and bring him to.
Yeah. You lift him up, just rouse him awake a little bit,
one hand still never leaving the mall and just.
Yeah, and these people, I mean, you're a minotaur. These people are like toys to you, and so you easily lift him to his feet with that one hand. As this is going on, Vitarka approaches Ming and is just like, "You all right, sir?" He's like, "Yeah, yes, thank you. Please get inside. Stay inside for a bit." And Ming runs into the bar as he turns his attention back to Ira and this interrogation that's going on.
She's also interrogating him, just like looking at him, like she's got the guy who was the aggressor, and the other guy just like keeping an eye on him, like, you're also part of this too. What business do you two have here?
Well, and this is the leader of the bounty hunter gang. Just speaking, just like, haven't you heard? This fella here's the biggest score in the whole Amahan Ocean.
Not here, he isn't.
Well, tough luck with that. 20,000 gold pieces is gonna attract a lot of attention.
Gonna look over to.
Did you say 20,000?
Yeah, that's right. Want to help me cash it in?
Gonna look over to the.
How do you become a bounty with that much on you?
Yeah, just like.
Asking the real questions.
And the gentleman,
like looking over to the other guy, and going like, "Damn."
got anything to say for yourself, Vitarka?
Like, what'd you do, man?
And he's just like, I need another drink. Then he just plops on the ground cross-legged and waits for this whole ordeal to blow over. And he picks up a shard from his gourd and is just like,
Ira
kind of whispers over. Kavai kind of whispers over at Ira, like, what if this guy's like a serial murderer? I don't know if we should be protecting them.
We give everybody a chance.
That much gold. I mean, must have done something really bad.
In the world out there, bad isn't determined by morals.
I suppose not.
Gonna look at the bounty hunter guy and just say like, "You're going to leave now," and drop him.
make an intimidation check. I'll say with advantage, given the whole situation. given how you just folded him and his whole gang.
Dude's got nothing.
Let's see. I'm looking at the automatic dice roll. I'm trying to see if there's a button for advantage or not.
I don't think there is one. Yeah, on the Roll20 sheets
for the automatic dice roller.
Oh, for the
the sheets there are, but yeah,
there are on the sheets.
Yeah, there's a button that you can select that toggles.
Oh, good thing for it, because one of those was a 1.
Yeah, 12 on intimidation.
Also, I just realized my chat is scrolled up to a previous point. Here's the modern rolls. Here we go.
There you go.
So 12 intimidation. No bonuses?
Nope. Not for intimidation.
So yeah, you.
That's just pure muscle. That's my intimidation.
You say that, you let him go, and he kind of stumbles back up. He's just like, all right, I'm going. And he kind of looks around at all his men who are on the ground. Turns around, and then kind of quickly, as he's kind of walking, he actually kind of walks past you, looking like he's heading away. But as he gets closer to Vitarka, you see him draw this dagger from his side and quickly try to lunge toward him.
Can I make a move at that moment?
I would say you can, if you felt you're ready for it.
Can I get a bonus action? Can I get an opportunity attack?
Sure. I'll allow it.
All right. Well, he disobeyed me, so Maul.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So long, Gabriel. About to play some golf.
Wait, hold on. That number is different now.
Bad boys get them all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just eat gummies while he gets mauled.
Yeah.
18.
So echoes throughout the village as he gets whacked on the head and just face plants into the dirt, sliding a couple of feet.
Mm-hmm. I hit him hard enough to concuss him and definitely to make him ever consider disobeying a Minotaur again, but not enough to kill him.
You will definitely remember this life lesson.
He's just mostly dead.
And at this point,
that's all we got.
And he's mostly dead. But at this point now, she's gonna like sigh and then like ask a passerby to get like a dock worker or like somebody who's off, there, somebody who's strong and can like take all these unconscious bodies now and take them to the docks and ship them on the next boat out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can't take himself now.
You gave him that chance. So yeah, the dragons are highly respected in the village, and what you say kind of goes as quickly like a kind of citizen brigade is sprung into action and is able to clean up this mess. So what then do you do with the figure of the bounty as he kind of is just like completely flat on the ground now, just laying down and baking in the sun?
Before acknowledging him, she's going to go to Ming, who is back at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And she is going to take a look at the damages inside. And is it bad?
The damage is not so bad. The place looks like
broken windows.
I mean, not necessarily. It looks like really, if anything, like the door sustained the most damage as he was throwing people out of it. But
the door, yeah.
They didn't leave a lot of mess inside. It was pretty clean. Whatever scuffles must have happened.
Okay. She'll give him a small portion of like the alms to repair the door and just say like, "We're sorry for the inconvenience," and
thank you, Ira.
Give him something to repair the door.
So you leave that with him, then you head back out.
Mm-hmm. Is he still just sitting there?
He's still just sitting there. He does like an attempt at a kip up, but is now just too lazy to complete it. Yeah.
She's gonna reach down and lift him up onto his feet.
I suppose I owe you some thanks for bailing me out back there.
What was your name again? I didn't catch it from when they were yelling at you.
And he paused and narrows his eyes at you for a moment. He just says, Vitarka.
Vitarka?
That's right.
Vitarka. So tell me, Vitarka, why shouldn't I throw you out of the village as well?
Well, they started it. Seriously, I'm just a...
Yes.
Regular
But
guy
clearly
trying to make it in
there's-
the world. And I'm just defending myself.
Well, you're obviously not a regular guy. If you've got a large bounty over your head.
Long story that. But, and he kind of points off into the distance. Might want to have that another time. Maybe we should find somebody somewhere quieter to speak. And as he points into the distance, you see down towards the beach and the shores and the docks where a lot of citizens are currently carrying those bounty hunters out, two large sailing vessels approaching the port, which are kind of on the horizon. But they have some pretty recognizable features. One flying a Zhao Empire flag, and a bigger one with the symbol that you all now recognize from your previous experience at the Kumite, with the symbol of the Chang Trading Conglomerate painted on the side. But both pretty sizable ships.
All right.
They're here for you, aren't they?
Probably. I know I don't have a right to ask, but do you have perhaps a safe house to keep me in until we can talk things through?
Follow
She looks
us.
towards Ira. She
Follow
kind of like
us.
gets up. She like jumps up onto Ira's shoulder.
Which, as a
It's
kind
kinda-
of rabbit folk, you're pretty small, right? I don't think your character's too tall.
She's a small. She's somewhere in the 4 feet, I think.
Are you small,
child,
small,
baby.
or
She's actually small.
Oh,
Okay.
man, size
Yeah.
small. So there you go. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
could hop
so
up on Ira.
easily
definitely.
can jump on my shoulders?
You've got space.
She's gonna be says, "Are you sure about this? You don't want us to bring trouble."
Everybody
to you."
deserves a second chance.
All right.
After
She'll
you.
jump back down.
If it turns out, before she jumps down, like if it turns out that he's unreliable and a danger to our community, then we will take care of it.
And she nods and jumps off.
So you nod and jump off, and I assume the rest of you bring him up to the Monastery of the Dragons.
I'll tell Kaivire to run on ahead and let everybody know that
Bring a guest.
a guest is coming and to prepare for anything,
She'll do that.
He
and also the ships that are coming into port.
yeah,
It's
also
like,
worth
not
noting.
again.
So Vitarka
These assholes again.
marches gleefully behind y'all, and you take him up the hill and towards the walled monastery. So, meanwhile, flying the Zhao Empire flag, the ship known as the Pursuer arrives at port. It's a 2-masted schooner manned by a small but experienced crew, and standing atop the deck, looking out on the land as the ship makes port, are the private owners of this vessel, the notorious bounty hunters known as the Stormbringers. And there are 4 figures, particularly among these Stormbringers, the private owners of the ship. One, the leader, standing first and foremost, Hayate, the Thunder Ronin. He's this large and proud red-skinned male hobgoblin with shoulder-length black hair, a kind of Wolverine-style chin beard, and a gnarly scar
no,
going down the right side of his face, just beside his eye. He wears a well-maintained samurai armor with a gold-decorated sheath holding a beautiful katana at his side. And kind of leaning on him beside him is this slim and fierce female orange-skinned hobgoblin, Burumi. She has long black hair pulled into a bun pierced with an ornate stiletto holding it together. She wears a leather vest under a flowing blue hooded cloak and carries an elegant wooden bow staff. And beside both of them, Kentaro, the wide and muscular male orc, clad in an old and well-worn samurai armor, a little bit in disrepair, but carrying a very long sheathed katana at his side. And besides all of them, there is one more figure joining this crew. Hailey, if you would like to describe your character.
You would see standing on the corner by Kintaro a tinier figure, a white, fluffy furred tabaxi cat woman. She has black tips on her white ears with long black hair with white at the ends of her hair. Very natural looking with piercing blue eyes. She wears a unique styled outfit, a pretty much kind of mimicking a samurai's outfit, but not quite there. She has her own style to it. She has black gloves that she wears that are fingerless, that she can grab the two swords on her side that a samurai would wear from a noble family.
Mm-hmm. And those are like kind of like shorter, like Tanto style, like kind of katana blades, right? So
yeah.
So you stand there as the ship begins to make port. The captain drops anchor, and Hayate is definitely looking scornfully at the other ship making port, the Chang ship, and he just kind of shakes his head. And he's just like, ugh, these guys. Well, Ochiru, you ready for this job?
As ready as ever I'll be. Let's just make sure Harumi doesn't mess anything up this time.
I beg your pardon, she says as she glares at you.
I'm just saying, you've worked on your charms. We don't want another mess up with this bounty, and with this target.
I have been nothing but the most professional on all of our jobs. It is you who have everything to prove.
She kind of smirks a little bit. Harumi, the only thing I have to prove is for myself. It seems the only person who really has something to prove otherwise is where you're leaning. And she proceeds to jump off onto the shore where the anchor is and proceeds to walk out. She's very elegant in the way she walks and she talks, but you see a defensiveness about her. Like, she never stops having an eye around her shoulder.
Mm-hmm. And you could almost feel the daggers piercing your back as Harumi stares at you as you jump to the shores. And Hayate just chuckles and was just, all right, simmer down, you two, and follows you overboard as the plank is put out onto the piers. And he steps out, and all of you as a group kind of go out and are met with a detachment from the Chang ship, the Chang trading conglomerate's flagship frigate, the Herald, drops anchor at the other port. And this is a ship that has been to this island once before. But the Herald drops anchor, and out steps Timothy Roderick, a thin human male, late 40s, with slightly wrinkled skin and salt and pepper hair, wearing a top hat and a black pinstriped suit, and carrying a fancy walking cane. This figure has also been to this island before, and as he breathes in the fresh, familiar air of Shuishang, he goes to meet with your party as the two of you kind of step onto the shores simultaneously, and he's accompanied by another figure, a live humanoid. Can't really tell what race they are because they're covered entirely in form-fitting navy blue robes and a white face mask with flowing red paint decorating its sides, and they stand straight with perfect posture and very kind of static movements as they blankly walk beside Timothy Roderick and seem to accompany him in an almost guarding fashion. And as Roderick meets with your party, he greets Hayate. He's just like, Hayate, what brings you to these parts of the Isles? Let's not mince words, Roderick. We both know why we're here. How'd you find him? Oh, the Chang trading conglomerate has its ways. What's about you, Hayate? Trade secrets. Now, whatever you do, don't let your boys get in our way. Alright? You already know how this is gonna go. And Roderick kind of looks over the shoulder and notices you, Uchiru. And this is definitely, they definitely seem to have a rapport with this gentleman. But you've never met him before in the time that you've been running with this gang. But
She acknowledges their eyes upon her, but gives a charmingly slight acknowledgement. She bows her head very tiltedly, but it gives off a unusual welcome that they can't place why. It feels alluring, but also deadly.
I see you've gained a new companion since last we met. Indeed we have. Timothy Roderick, this is Uchiru Roderick of the chain trading conglomerate.
Ochiru Hana One.
And Roderick kind of bows slightly and says, pleasure to make your acquaintance, lovely young lady. I see you're very well-mannered.
Sometimes the harshest company brings out the most pleasantries in its ways of speaking. I could say the same about you, and she gently bows in accordance to his as well.
Oh, I like this one. Seems you finally found someone with a little bit of class, Hayate. I can definitely say I quite adore your newfound taste. Yeah. We better get a move on. But like I said, stay out of our way. I'm not slowing down for your goons. If you know what's best for you, leave this score to us. And unless anybody adds anything else, he's going to start walking away. And
would Uchiru Hana notice anything from her studies or any information as he's walking away? Anything besides what she's gaining?
Information in terms of
who these people are.
I'll say make a history check.
Okay.
See what you know. Ooh.
I think I rolled that twice.
Yeah, that had advantage for some reason.
Just use the first one, I guess.
Yeah, we'll just use the first one. So that would be 12. So with the 12, you've definitely heard of the chain trading conglomerate. You don't have encyclopedic knowledge of them. However, you do recognize the name because they are a well-known name throughout the Severed Isles. They are perhaps the largest corporate entity, so to speak, the largest business enterprise in the region. They control a lot of the spice trade as well as all trade to the west. And so they are immensely wealthy and powerful and are practically... They compete with the government entities of the Severed Isles without being a government themselves and being a purely business entity. And that's about all most people know about them. And with that roll, that's about all you know.
Then all she will do is move back a few steps, gaining some foreground just to be on the safe side.
And if you so choose, you could follow after Hayate as he walks away, and you hear him mumbling under his breath, just, friggin' Gaijin. I hate that guy. Takes a swig of his flask.
She just looks at it. Hayate, you hate anybody. That goes after your pocket money.
You know me well. And he just keeps walking. So, meanwhile, back at the monastery, you all bring Vitarka into the monastery, and do you all bring him straight to the head Sifu, Swan Cry, and to gather for a meeting, or do you keep this just between the two of you at this point?
Kaivari went to go get the Sifu, right?
Or at least make known the arrival?
I guess that's true.
Yeah, Ira told her to make sure everyone was aware. I don't think she's gonna get him. She was just gonna not warn, but
someone's
just let
coming.
everyone know that someone's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Swancry would certainly be interested upon hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say you could kind of bring him to keep him kind of separate from the
We'll
common
just take
area.
like a common era.
I was gonna say, if to keep him kind of separate from the common area, where at least where the youths are, you would probably want to at least keep him from there either. But I mean, if you want to have it like out in the courtyard or up into one of the upper rooms where your quarters are, or anything like that, or the master's quarters.
I was gonna say, take him to the common area, because are they still out training at this moment?
No, not at this point. Some time has passed.
Okay, so
with
yeah,
all the travel, so we'll say it's kind of getting towards noon, and it's everyone's kind of made their way back inside for some rest.
okay, yeah. So take him off to the side somewhere, like maybe in the courtyard, where we're separate from the rest of the monastery, but the staff can commingle.
So you find a remote corner of the courtyard, and Swancry would definitely come out to join you all and kind of sit on the conversation. Gives an extensive formal greeting, and just greetings. I would like to welcome you to the island of Shuishang. I am Sifu Swancry, the head of the monastery here. I would like to apologize that your time here on our island has been very rough so far, but at this moment, we have very little to go on as for how much of it is your doing. So you'll forgive our apprehension. And the kind of friendly formality of Swancry kind of seems to loosen Vitarka a bit. He's just like, no worries. Thank you for your hospitality.
Ira's going to like look at him and ask him if he's armed. It's like, do you have any weapons on you? We don't allow any in the courtyard. Or within the walls or whatever, by
nothing but the old gourd that I was carrying. And these fists and feet of mine.
Indeed.
So, the Dragons of Shuishang, huh? I think I've heard of you.
Have you?
Oh yeah, the story of this lot goes far and wide throughout the Isles.
Then you will also know that we are, at heart, a peaceful community.
I definitely know that's the intention. Seems peace doesn't like to find you oftentimes, though.
Yes, unfortunately, there are those who... What was that?
I hope there isn't some kind of warning.
No threat intended. But I also know you have to do quite a bit of defending. People seem to like this island of yours. In all the wrong ways.
Yes, unfortunately, there are those who don't like our way of life.
You don't say.
And also, we're apparently a pretty strategic island.
Yeah, that would explain why the Zhao Empire has such an interest in it.
Do we know who the Shao Empire are?
I believe.
I do. I don't know if you were.
That's true.
Because you weren't there for that fight.
That's true. That was you guys. The rest.
She met the guy at the Kumite.
Yeah, Ichiro.
That we had in the interaction with.
Yeah, Ichiro is from the Zhao Empire, so you at least know some people from there. But
you probably would have explained at that point. It's like, oh yeah, we kicked their butt one time when they tried to invade us.
Basically, yeah. So you definitely would at least know of it, or at least how much the rest of the dragons know of it being this big imperial force in the Severed Isles.
Okay.
Bullies and imperialistic. Sowing their might around like it's the only thing they have.
Yeah, that's pretty much them. I can say that because I've been living there quite a while now. Definitely a bit of a monoculture there. Pardon?
Are you from there?
Not originally, no.
You don't sound like you're from there. Where are you from?
Not around here, that's for sure.
Do you have anywhere to call home?
Home. That's not a word I've thought of for a long time. Haven't really had anywhere to lay my head that I would call home for a good long while. Maybe the dojo back in the Zhao Empire, but that was a bitly short-lived.
Then why are you here?
Like I said, long story. Swan Cry interjects.
She's going to...
You're going to have to be forthright with us at some point. What was that for Ira?
Oh yeah, she was just going to give like a look to Swan Cry and kind of like ask if like how forthright or like how accepting we were going to be. Just like as a look, it's just like, are we going to allow this guy in, or are we just holding back?
Yeah, so you'll have him kind of like surrounded so that he doesn't see you all at once, I presume. And so you could kind of look over his shoulder and give a kind of signal look to Swan Cry without him noticing. And
yeah,
Swan Cry definitely returns a look that you recognize that seems to indicate you can turn up the heat a bit if he's not being cooperative.
And she's going to lightly like tap her maul and bring attention to the platinum dragon that resides on top of it. And she's going to say, what's the platinum dragon's name?
Bahamut.
Bahamut. And she's just going to say, Bahamut forgives all of their pasts and indecencies. However, we are but mortals and have our flaws as well. We may not be as trusting as Bahamut, so we might need more to go off of if we were to provide you a safe haven. However, know that our walls are open. It's just how open we are going to be to you with these walls.
Bahamut. Now there's a name I recognize. But yeah, I catch your meaning. So go ahead and make a persuasion check.
From where the monastery is, can we see the boats that pulled in?
Yeah, you guys are kind of
see the store?
Yeah, you guys are kind of atop a bit of a large hill. You're walled in, but yeah, if you just go to the gates or the top of the wall, you could easily look down on the town and the ports and everything.
I'm gonna have Kaivaya kind of like situate, like, I'm assuming they're kind of nearby. They should be listening to what they're saying, but also like keeping an eye on those ships.
Okay, you keep an eye on it. By this point, yeah, with all that's transpired, you'll definitely see that a lot of people have offloaded from those ships, a lot of crew, probably a lot of bounty hunters. You see a lot of little moving ants, basically, from this distance, go all over the port.
There's a concerned look on her face, but she doesn't, she's just observing for now. She's not going to bring it to their attention yet.
Okay, I'll say
I just
Kaifire
realized that...
can go ahead and make a perception check while I resolve this persuasion roll. But what did you just realize?
I just realized that Kaivire and Ira are both prey animals, and we're trying to like look out in the distance. It's just like can't see shit. Our eyes are on the side of our head.
Counts as a prey animal.
I'm a cow.
A big cow.
Not only that, you have horns.
Yeah.
Yes. She does have
Ira
horns.
has horns, and being a cow rancher, I can say people die from cows all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, you
My
think
eyes are
dying
still on the
from
side of my head.
Like you're calling Ira and Kaivaya both prey, but clearly one is much more prey than the other.
Yeah, this is true.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Ira could eat Kaivaya if she tried.
Anybody could. She's tiny. I will eat anything.
Exactly, they're not the same.
Ira doesn't question what goes in her stew.
So with the 19 persuasion,
The point is,
though,
they have eyes on the side of their head. 19 on persuasion.
19 persuasion. So you definitely see Vitarka's posture kind of loosen up a bit, and especially hearing your intentions and seeing what you can do with that maul, and that little bit of heat kind of goes on. He's just like, okay, I understand I have a bit of trust to build then. What is it you want to know?
Why are they after you? And kind of gestures to everybody coming up the mountain now.
All the tiny little ants in the row.
And of course, Kaivire, feel free to make that perception check, and I'll get to that in a moment.
Already did.
Oh, did you?
Right, yeah.
It's not showing on my
I
chat.
didn't see it on the...
Yeah. Not on Roll20.
I'm not seeing it on chat.
Oh, I rolled it in the wrong Roll20.
All right, well, roll it again for us. But
It would be sad if it's bad.
so he's like,
Oh, 20. Nice.
I mean, I rolled doubles, so I didn't know how that happened either. So we're good.
ooh, 20. Yeah,
Take
everyone's
the first one.
everyone's rolling with advantage right now for some reason. So
Yeah, well, because
No, I can fix.
on the sheet, there's a toggle button that says roll this one roll with advantage, or just roll everything with advantage. And I think it defaults to like rolling everything with advantage.
trying to
So it
remember where
rolls
that
everything
is.
twice. I don't remember where it is on the sheet either.
Oh,
but-
here it is. Found it.
okay. So
So yeah, so it rolls everything twice, and then they assume you'll take the first number if it's not advantage.
Vitarka goes on and says, they're after me because I killed a man. Well, not a man, a hobgoblin.
Oh.
Half man.
Yeah. And he kind of, as he kind of breathes out, even though he kind of joked about it almost for a moment, but as it kind of settles, he seems to be very woeful for a moment.
Does he look genuine?
Make an insight check. Pardon me. Yeah, that's definitely a hard insight.
Pardon.
13.
Ooh, normal good insight. 13.
Seems genuine enough. I mean, you don't see any reason in his current state to suspect that he's being subversive again.
And she's going to sense that and just say like, and you're running away from this pain that you experience for taking the life of another.
It's complicated. This hobgoblin was not an ordinary person. He was of the noble class in the Zhao Empire. A shogun. I didn't quite know that at the time. All I knew was someone was being victimized. He was abusing one of his servants in public. And in a rage, a blind rage, I attacked. I didn't intend to kill him. But, turns out he was a good friend of the Emperor. And so I've been on the run ever since. Apparently they placed
Do you feel?
Mighty large bounty.
Do you feel your actions were justifiable then?
I think I was justified in stopping what was happening. I'd never taken a life. I don't like how it feels.
She's going to squat down and get on his level. And she has to squat down really low.
He's actually pretty tall, though. He's about 6'5".
Oh, is he? Okay.
And like I said, pretty.
We're seeing eye to eye then.
Oh yeah. And like I said, pretty. Even though he's wearing these tattered rags, you can tell he's in great shape. Like actually, like physically, kind of bulky.
Is he human?
Well,
No, he's orc.
Hard to tell. He's got pointed ears and he's got tusks coming out from his lower lip.
Elfurk.
But he has kind of like a human-like complexion. I mean, he kind of normal, light, tannish skin.
Then she is like she would be addressing like a child. She kind of or like one of the children who have messed up and are experiencing something. She drops down, but like is intentionally like getting like beneath him in a humbling kind of position to him. Of course, her maul standing well above him, but. She's going to squat down and kind of give herself like a more vulnerable position and say, I know what it's like to lose yourself in blind rage. Even when your actions seem justifiable, the results do not. I have, as well, taken lives when I have lost myself to the throes of anger. But it's not the end. The only thing you can do is move forward. Here we offer spaces where you can learn to accept who you are and what you've done. Eventually you may come to forgive yourself, but no, and then she gestures up to her maul again. That in the eyes of those who are greater than us, you have already been forgiven.
You see this kind of piercing stare looking at you in this moment of sincerity. And you see him kind of grimace a bit, almost like he can't accept it. But nods and recognizes your comforts. Says, thank you. Guess I'm still learning to forgive myself. But makes it awfully hard when the baddest bounty hunters of a whole nation, and now several nations, are constantly reminding you of the deed you've done. You see his hands at his side are looking a bit shaky. It's just like, anything to drink at this temple?
We don't allow alcohol within the walls. However, and looks over to see if Recall's around.
She'd probably be inside getting some grub with the kids, but Brian, shame that. I'm gonna need something soon.
We can give you food, shelter, and a place to lay your head and think. But if you want to clear your mind, that's going to be on you. We can lead you to the path, but it is your choice and your duty to walk it.
I see. I appreciate your wise counsel, holy person. And with the 20 perception from Kaivire earlier, you do notice, as you keep watch, that a couple of figures from the Chang ship are making their way up the hill, up the path that leads towards the monastery. Looks like just two.
Ira, Swan Cry.
Hmm.
We've got some from the ship coming up. Be ready.
Ira Ira stands tall again and asks, "How many?"
Just 2. But there are a lot coming off of that ship.
I better make myself scarce, eh?
We'll handle any of
Chen?
the talking. Or fighting. You stay back.
And he nods. You, as you say that, and as you look back out, see the figures still approaching for the distance, and then look back, and he's gone. Darko is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Ira just like,
Good.
okay, you two are room. What?
Drunken has some skill. Let's see what figures await us then. And as those 2 dots, those ants on the horizon, begin to come up the hill and up the hill and up the hill. Again, very defensible position this monastery's in. You see them coming from literally a mile away, and they just gradually become bigger and bigger as they come towards the door, and you see a familiar pinstriped suit figure, and an unfamiliar guard in the tight navy blue robes described earlier, accompanying him. And these 2 approach the door, and Timothy Roderick immediately greets you as if old friends. It says, "Ah, the dragons of Shuishang. I see our paths have once again been fated to cross. Greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again."
I wish we could say the same. And she like stands wide, like in the doorway.
Oh, why the scowl?
We don't appreciate our lands being invaded by hostile forces.
Ah, yes, that whole
We know what
mishap.
you're here for.
No, it is nothing like that of the sort. You see, that was... I can assure you, I am but a messenger. And while the chain trading conglomerate, when last we met, made some poor decisions, I can assure you I had no say in them and would have certainly advised against it. But we are not here as an invading force. At this moment, we are simply chasing a business endeavor. I do believe, after speaking with some of the locals, that there is a foreign figure that has made their way over to your monastery, and I think it would be, if you have no prior commitments with them, a good exchange to be able to turn him over into our keep. This is a figure that we are indeed that we have business with.
That figure you speak of has sought refuge within our walls, and we take pride in our walls being a safe haven to those who need it.
Of course. The monk hospitality. Now, I would certainly not be willing to violate that sanctity, which is why I am coming to ask you personally and see if we could have a willing exchange.
A willing exchange. You cannot buy a person.
Oh, certainly no purchase necessary. I'm just hoping that you could see fit to hand him over. After all, he, you may find, will come with a bit of trouble. Really, we'd be sparing Shuishang further invasion if we take him elsewhere.
I understand why you think you are helping. However, the only way to spare invasion is if you leave.
And especially after the last time, the chain trading conglomerate, I can certainly say, is not a welcome sight on this island. We know you're kind and we know your intentions. And we would certainly appreciate if you do depart from our ports. I was really hoping we would be able to talk this through a little bit more civilly.
This
I think
is
we've been
civil.
quite civil.
What do you know of this figure that has entered your gates? Who you have let into your
We know.
own space?
We know that he is troubled and in need of help, and our jobs are to help those who are wayward and set them on the right path. If you believe that he is irredeemable, then I'm afraid our judgment is misaligned. Our judgment of the matter is misaligned.
Well, you know that he is indeed very, very dangerous. Not only to others, but also himself. Self-destructive.
And those
Derelict.
are the ones most in need of help. Perhaps one day you two can come to our shores, not in search of anything outside of yourself, but something within. And at that point, we would love to talk.
I see then that we do not see quite eye to eye in the matter, but my offer remains open. We shall indeed depart from your shores shortly, but we will remain docked for at least a couple days more in case you change your mind. Good day. And he turns on his heel and walks away.
Just looking at him.
And with the dark figure following in tow, wordlessly. And he makes his way back to the Herald. And at this point, there's cutting back to the Stormbringers. A few moments later, you, as a group, see, as you're kind of hatching your plans nearby to the ports, you see Harumi has been keeping watch on the activities of Roderick and company, and has just come back from a short flight and lands on the ground, floating under a gust of wind as her feet touch the ground, and she says, seems Roderick didn't have much luck with his diplomatic attempts. Go figure.
What was Rumi again?
Harumi was a female hobgoblin.
Female hobgoblin, okay.
Yeah, that guy's quite the character. Didn't expect it. Though, who knows? Maybe we might have luck with a similar approach. And Kentaro kind of pipes up. He's just like, "What? What are you on about?"
They detect slime.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, don't get me wrong, Roderick is about as pleasant and charming as such an ordinary person can be, but we've got something he doesn't. And he points over at Ochiru and says, "A silver tongue."
No, that man has a silver tongue. The difference is a flowery tongue hides her thorns. The man is charming, as you have said, Hayate. But the problem is he cannot hide everything else underneath it.
And what do you see underneath it?
Stench stronger than a decaying corpse. Like I said, slime they detect.
You got that right. These darn gaijins. Slammed a lot of them. Anyway.
I've heard of them, but not much else.
Well, what do you know about these dragons? The dragons of Shuishang, ever heard of them?
Would she know a little bit about that with her?
I'll say make another
training?
history check.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. History?
See if he'll do single roll this time. Nope, still doubles. Roll
18.
So
19.
19 total. Yeah, with that roll, you certainly know of the dragons of Shuishang. Their reputation goes far and wide, far beyond the bounds that a meager island like this rightfully should. They are well-known martial arts masters.
Especially after the Kumite.
Especially after the Kumite, yeah, making it to the final
Wow.
round at the Kumite. Unheard of for...
And whooping butt.
Yeah, such an isolated island. They certainly made a splash there at the tournament. But their martial arts prowess is well known throughout all of the Sever Isles, almost as legend and myth. You don't know how much of it is true because it's mostly just stories that people have heard. But something about it must be true if a strategically located island like this has not yet been conquered by any of the factions that vie for power in the Severed Isles. So it's you don't know how much is myth and how much is fact, but you do know that their reputation goes pretty far and wide. And after the Kumite, that was probably the most public display of some of the legend being true.
Okay, with that,
Yeah, you can't-
Oh, sorry. What was that, Loryn?
I was gonna say, like, you can't tell what's a legend because you hear from one primary source who was at the Kumite that one of the dragons triple suplexed the turtle into submission, but somebody else says it was 5.
This tiny little thing. So with that, then she turns to Hayate after thinking just for a little bit and going through trying to figure out what she has heard from being where she has been on the street along with her training in education. Well, they might be right up your alley, Hayate.
You figure?
Fact and myth cloud them both. But a challenge, as you love to find, would be right up your alley, as I've said. But if we can go a flowery approach, I would like to know what is truth myself before going on by pure myth. But one thing is for sure. They have been unharmed of this island for quite some time. There's got to be some reason for that.
I tend to agree. I've heard my fair bit about these dragons, and the way I see it, well, I fear no fight. But, from what I've heard, perhaps avoiding any needless confrontation would be worthwhile.
For once, I will agree with you on this one, Hayate. But we might want to be careful on who we place then. Are you saying you just want me to go along to be your base? Or are you actually going to come along this time? Because we know for a fact Harumi and Kentaro are not, as you say, well adversed with their language.
Hey, watch your tongue, newbie, Harumi says from the side.
Harumi, all I speak is thy is true. You are great with being what you are, but you do not have skill in the things you lack, and you wish not to exceed in that. I cannot do much more for you, besides the fact that your stealth is not to be uncourted. But we need more than just stealth on our side and magic. Do you not agree?
She scowls at you. And Hayate is just like, let it go, Harumi. He does have a point. She scowls at him too, and just smacks him on the side of the armor. She's just like, always standing up for her. Just saying, there's a point here.
Don't have your chip on his shoulder, Harumi. I'm not after what you want. We all have our own goals.
Well then, answer me this, Uchiru. Can I trust you to speak on our behalf?
Have I not done it so before?
And, in your socialite opinion, would it be best if you were there alone?
She thinks for a moment. Alone might be best. Hayate, you do not give the most precedent of welcoming atmosphere.
With this pretty face? And he kind of presents his scar to you.
Scars are not the problem. As you know, especially within our empire, sometimes the most humblest souls are scarred tooth and nail within their body. But it goes deeper than just the physical wounds. Can you truly say you can be humble when you see the prize before you?
So, alone then, you say?
Unless you prove me otherwise.
And Harumi at this point has been he's kind of seated on like this apple box out on the shore, and Harumi has been kind of circling him and has been like kind of running her fingers along his shoulder pauldrons on his samurai armor. And it's just like, very well then. If not, we always have our backup plans to fall to. Isn't that right,
Yes,
dear
and how
Hayate?
equally. Yes, and how equally well they have worked so far in your endeavors.
What? Are you downplaying our accomplishments? You don't get to the top of the game like this without countless successful bounties. In fact,
If I'm
only one we really botched was the one we met you on. So,
Yes, but if you remember right, it's because you had another party member. But that one met an untimely demise.
yes, and that is why you're here. They didn't prove
So
their
now-
worth, it's your turn to try and prove yours.
Well then, we should quit chatting. A flower only grows wilted if it does not grow with the proper nutrients.
Alright,
As this
Work your silver
conversation
tongue,
has
then.
failed.
go on. See if you could get them to turn over Vitarka peacefully. If not, well, we'll be workshopping contingencies back here.
Well then. She gets up from sitting on the sand where she was at. She was just pretty much surveying the land while they've been talking.
So, do you head up to the tower, the monastery of the dragons then?
Before she does, she actually heads off a little bit. Is there a place that she sees that is shielded from both her group and the monastery?
I mean, you could head into town in the other direction and like just disappear behind some buildings if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna disappear behind some buildings real quick. Ochiru Hana, before she goes and goes to the monastery, she goes away from everyone's hindsight, gets about maybe a mile or two within the alleyways, and casts Disguise Self on herself.
Okay. What do you look like now?
Instead, it's really hard to hide tabaxi sometimes, so she chooses to look like a different type of cat, still a tabaxi, but instead of pure white fluffy fur, now she has a bit more of an orange sunset look. Her eyes are green as emeralds. And she hides her swords underneath her skirt, where
I was
on
gonna
one
say,
of her legs.
With Disguise Self, you could just, make it look like you don't have any swords at all.
Oh, that's true. And so she has a purplish looking dress upon, where it's a bit more flowy, a little bit more welcoming.
Understood.
And with this, she walks out looking completely different than what she was.
Alrighty. So,
What kind of effect was that?
that was Disguise Self.
Okay.
So with that, you make your way up to the monastery atop the hill. It's impossible to miss. And you head up the path as Roderick and his company accompanying guard make their way back towards the ports, and you pass them heading up the hill. The dragons, I suppose, if all of you are still keeping watch, you would notice that as one leaves, another seems to be coming up.
Yeah, well, as the one is leaving, and he's like, "We'll be here for a few days." I was just like, "Okay, everybody, we are under siege."
So, the rest of you see this disguised version of Ochiru approaching the gates. Seems we have another visitor, Sifu Swangrai says.
Ochiru just kind of slightly looks at seeing up them, and she just goes,
And Ira's coming down to the gates again and is like, "This one's different."
Excuse me?
Ira is going to like cautiously approach the gates, of course, standing wide. Like being very physically imposing, and it's just like, I know the gates are open, but the gate is closed, and I am the gate.
She is the blockade. And
Standing in front, just.
So Ochiru just slightly bows very graciously and looks up at this. Now, is it a minotaur or is it
a towering minotaur? So what you see before you is this 6'6", 300-pound, just ginormous creature. Minotaur in ancestry, but like not in stature. She carries herself like she knows her physical imposing like worth, but she's not as if you have met another minotaur before, she doesn't have that same kind of quality of anger and like terrifying presence that other minotaurs might have. Just by looking at you, like they can like that kind of anger and fear that they can penetrate with their eyes. She's very calm and very reserved, which is very unusual, but you know, she is wearing monk robes, and you can see she's wearing a tight like massive metal inlay belt that is around her robes, as well as this huge dragon maul.
okay? So Ochiru Hana glances up with her now green emerald eyes that kind of just shimmer like fractaled glass, and she looks up at this huge being that has never seen before, and she just goes, "Oh wow. Hello."
State your business coming to the sanctuary of the dragons. Just like very confused. Like this. Like you are obviously not a local, so you must have come off the ships, but you don't look like them.
Well, of course not. I hope not. No, please do not put me with those barbarians.
Do you have a British accent now?
She kind of goes back and forth. You notice that you can't tell what her true voice is at this point.
Does she seem like she's trying to, because like if she's moving between these voices, does it seem like she's trying to like find the voice that suits the situation the best?
Yes, she is trying to read the character versus trying to.
Oh, sorry. I want to add. Kavaya,
and she's doing it on purpose. She's actively doing it on purpose. Like, she's not trying. You do not see her wavering in her face. She's trying to see if she can catch you off guard with her voice.
I'm sorry, what was that for Kaivire?
Kavaya is on like the gate, like near the entrance as well.
Okay.
There's,
like are you on top of the gate, or are you like?
What'd you say?
Oh,
like, would she be able to see you?
Oh yeah, you'd be able to see her. She's just kind of like sitting like one leg up, kind of like bent up, the other one laid out on the gate, on the wall. And she's just kind of.
So are you behind Ira or next to Ira?
Oh, where's Ira?
Ira is like the gate.
She's standing in the way of the gate.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so like the gate,
Yeah.
but
It's a kind of to be clear too, it's like a solid wooden gate too. That's pretty tall. So like I was picturing just like
She's
one of the
on-
doors is ajar and Ira's just standing in the doorway.
yeah, like I was imagining them like both kind of open because she's freaking huge. One person might need might be able to take up the space of one door, but both doors as she's standing in the way.
She's on like the wall itself, kind of probably maybe a little bit. If Iris stepped out, then she's like kind of behind her, but she's just like sitting on top of the wall.
Okay.
Also, just
what did you say?
Just for Hailey. This is a tiny bunny.
Yeah.
She is 3'2".
The mini, I'm like, so she'd be looking down while I'm looking up for Ira, just being like, hello.
Well, pick an eye line.
Although I guess the bunny's up top, right? So you'd still be looking up.
I guess that's true, yeah.
Bunny is on
the
so
bunny.
she's technically higher than Ira.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on top of the wall
Tiny
around
bunny.
the gate.
3'2", 39 pounds, and she has her right arm is a prosthetic arm. She's
Gotcha.
got the body of a harlequin rabbit, if you know what those look like.
She just kind of looks up, and you see a tiny glint of like a smile hide and disappear. I hope you do not mind my little trick with the voice. I need to ask for a favor. Is anyone following me?
Ira's gonna look around. Does anybody
Ira
seem like
like
they're
kind of
following
stands
her?
up over the gate and looks down the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, without even a check required, it's a pretty clear open field.
Yeah.
Behind her, and so you would be able to see anybody coming from a mile away, and you do not see anybody else coming up the hill at this point.
No one's there.
Well, I can drop the accent then. Honestly, it's a really bad accent. You wondered who I am, and no, I say again, do not call me by those bounty hunters. I'm asking for refuge. I heard among the merchants that you help people. Is this true?
We offer sanctuary to those who are in search of it.
I am searching for it. I am from the Zhao Empire, but I am not from there.
It appears that would make two of you. And Ira wants to look her up and down and again try to see if she can sense any kind of like trickery going on because she knew like she's already seen that she is like charismatic with her voice and is able to trick.
Right.
But she wants to kind of see if this is like now another act or if this seems like an authentic dropping of the act.
I'll say make a perception check.
Perception.
Would I need to do anything, or are you good?
I would say no. Well, I guess this will be against your spell save DC. I'll say.
Yeah, that's why I was
Yeah. What's your spell save DC?
gonna look again.
It doesn't beat it if there's a spell save.
That's right.
I mean, it didn't hit it, so I'm
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah.
I think
I think like minimum spell save is like 13.
Yeah. Well, minimum spell save is 10 at least. But yeah, if she has any modifiers, then that would get rid of that. So that's definitely
at this level it would be
you don't notice what
11.
anything amiss, any sort of glamours. You don't really know what to look for that stuff anyway. So She just looks like a normal cat to you.
Mm-hmm. In like this like flowing dress.
It's got purple flowers on it, but you can tell that it comes off the shoulder just a little bit, and you see that she has gold a little bit placed on a necklace line, while also having gold bracelets. She's very open in her clothing and how her body stance is.
So she looks kind of like relaxed.
Well, not really relaxed. Like, she still seems a bit skittish, but she doesn't show defensiveness, if that makes you like a warrior's defense. It looks like a pedestrian just being skittish. It's not, you can't tell if she's a warrior or not. She just looks like a normal cat.
Ira will look back up towards Kaivire and say, Kaivire, can you find her somewhere to sit and maybe give her some food, but keep an eye on her and keep an eye out for name was Bitarka. Still don't know where he is, but keep them separate.
She just kind of like hops off the wall. All right, come with me.
She bows, going, "Thank you. Thank you."
And as she's coming in,
need my name?
as she's coming in, Ira says, "We do not allow weapons within the sanctuary. If you have any, you must leave them here."
If I had any, they were taken long ago.
And of course, I don't see any visible weapons on her with the perception 11, right? So she's just gonna say,
I would say
"Okay, you
make
may
a deception check though, at the very least.
Me or him?
You.
A, B, C, D.
Do I need to challenge with an insight, or do I have passive?
I can't see you.
You keep rolling with the advantage.
Oh, it
but
doesn't matter.
we have to go with the first one though.
Yes.
If you roll with
16
advantage,
plus
always
6.
take the first. So if it's not actually advantage, so that'd be 25.
It's still not bad.
Yeah, it's still 25. You can contest it with insight if you want to.
Or is that just my passive?
I would say you can counter with.
But yeah,
insight as well.
anybody coming, I can counter with insight.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody coming through the gate, she wants to make sure, just like she's not gonna.
Should we like pat her down?
Frisk. I don't know. I don't think she was gonna like actively frisk anybody who's coming through, especially if they don't look like they're armed. And at the current moment, magically, she does not look like she's armed, so she would have no reason to want to be like, "Hey, make sure all of your stuff's gone." Is that right?
So I do not know how to turn the disadvantage off.
There's a button in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't remember where it was. Yeah, 16
you go
on
into the
insight
character
and
sheet, press the gear, and then in the right column there'll be roll queries, and change it to advantage toggle.
Okay.
that should turn it off.
That should fix it. That'll give you every time you roll, it'll give you the option to roll it as advantage, but you can select no.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
16.
There it is.
Yeah.
so
Definitely believe her.
Don't roll it.
So.
I mean, just from looking at her, it doesn't look like she could hide any weapons on her. She's got this flowing dress, as everything's kind of open, like you said, like kind of out there. So she's like, you're not hiding any swords on you that I can see. So, but Ira's gonna say, yes, you may come in and find refuge. However, know that we are in a very tense time. You will be held in a secure manner for your safety and for the safety of our students and those within these walls as well. Please understand, this is nothing personal against you, but this is a very tense moment that we are currently in, and we are very suspicious of strangers at the moment.
She bows again, very, very hastily. No, I understand. All I want is some food and some water. I have to get back to my master anyway soon. He does not know I am
What do
gone.
we call you?
Chi-Chi. My name is Chi-Chi.
You cut out a bit. What did you say?
Chi-Chi.
Peachy?
Chi-Chi Osaka.
Was that with a K or with a P? Sorry.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah, you were cutting out a bit.
but it's
Why?
cutting out a bit. Type it out. It was either Kichi or Peachy.
Chi-Chi Osaka.
Pee-pee?
No, Saga.
Chi. Hold on, I'm gonna type it out.
Put it in the Roll20 chat.
Oh, can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you'll notice that's why I've been posting names
Oh.
that people have trouble with. I'll just type it out in the Roll20 chat. Cheeky.
That doesn't help. Cheeky?
Chi-Chi.
Okay, cheeky, not cheeky.
I was here.
No,
Yeah.
that'd be copyright. That's copyright right there.
All right, so okay, Chi-Chi, we can provide some food. I believe they are serving their lunch right now, so they'll find you something. But please do not what's it called? Please do not push your welcome at the moment. We are very suspicious of strangers again, like I said.
Yes, I understand completely. I will be out of your fur as soon as I can get something to eat. I haven't ate in 10 days. I just want to get something to eat. And she follows the bunny.
Yeah, and
Kavai will
Minotaur will step aside.
The monastery.
I trust Zyra closed the gates behind her.
If there's nobody else coming up, yeah.
Okay. So the monastery shut in. Cry definitely gives a nod of acknowledgement. Just handled that well.
And yes, I am learning to take on the responsibilities of my role as best as I can now that I have the newfound respect that I have earned.
You've come far from where we found you. And as one of the masters now, you've set a good example for those in our care. But take heed and be wise with all these strangers. Do not trust all that is afoot.
There is certainly something happening that we are not aware of, but until then, we have to treat everybody as if they have the best intentions, or at least the intentions that they have given us at face value. We can figure everything out as we continue to go, but however, and then she looks around, we do have to talk about fortifying our position much more. It appears that we may expect more guests soon.
Indeed. And so...
Shall we get the students to safety?
Yes, I think so. And so the first floor of the pagoda tower that rises in the middle of the monastery is a kind of common area where, and as well as the lodging areas for a lot of the youth, as well as the kitchen area in the back. And so lots of meals are being served at the moment, and your newfound cat ally is able to be served as well. So then,
away from everybody else, of course, just like if whoever, what's the name again?
Vitarka. Mm-hmm.
wherever Vitarka is. We like basically putting her where we would have put him.
Yeah. And you two, between the two of you, you could kind of arrange to have them separated and put into different chambers where they can eat their meal.
Well, where is he? Did anybody find him? He disappeared.
So yeah, well, if one of you goes ahead before Ochiru or her disguise Chiki catches up, if one of you goes ahead, you would find he's
Chiki.
also getting a meal at he's kind of in line with the kitchen area.
So is there like a line of people of getting it, or how
Essentially,
does this look?
yeah, there's like a line of students who are all going past the chef who's kind of serving some sort of stew, and everybody's getting their portions.
Putting rice in bowls.
Mm-hmm. And the line's rather thin by the time you get there, but you're able to be fed as well.
Ochiru Hana, going as Chiki, gets in. You can tell she looks a little lost. It's kind of like the new kid in school. She's just kind of following in line and kind of motioning to others, going, "Is this how I'm supposed to do this?"
And a lot of the kids look very fascinated with this cat person as come into the fray. But everyone is friendly.
The young one
enough.
grabs your tail.
Yeah, basically.
Are you another dragon?
Yeah, basically.
It's not a freaking animal.
Yeah, at this point, some of them are convinced that the dragons are just all different kinds of animals, since they have not seen otherwise yet. So definitely a lot of friendly stares, but yeah, and a few tugs on your tail. But you are.
Please be
I hope
careful.
we don't have an Anakin moment.
Don't pull on tails. Cats don't like that. Okay. Thank you. As she tries to get back in line, as her tail just wraps around her waist a little bit, kind of like no.
And
Cats and children, they go along well.
But you're eventually able to find your way and get served readily enough. So what's the plan from here on out then?
Leave Cheeky alone.
With
Oh no.
when we as these disparate groups have now entered into the monastery, what is the sort of plan of action for all of y'all going forward?
Well, so are we still eating, or is this afterwards?
Whatever timeline you want to be. If you want to sit down and roleplay eating, we can do that too.
Well, she was kind of sitting down, surveying everything from different kids to all ages. She's trying to get who's living here.
In this area, you only see the youth, besides the dragons themselves who you have met. You only see the youth. The only other adults you see would be the cook and the Recall would be there as well, but it's hard to tell how old that frog is. But you, essentially that would be your kind of survey. All the rest seem to be very young, maybe between the ages of 5 and 15 at the highest.
Sounds about right.
And you see, as she sits down in the place, her ears kind of slowly go back a bit, almost delving into emotions. And you tell her ears go back a bit. It's very apparent that she does this cat does not know how to hide her emotions very well.
Does she shrink down just like
Yes, a little bit. She just kind of
Aw.
shrinks and sits down and starts, if anyone notices, she'll pick up her fork, and you notice the way she picks it up, or her chopsticks, and it's very elegant. You don't hear any clattering as she eats. You don't hear anything. And her posture, even though she's slinked, it's very forthright. You see elegance and training of being able to use her posture in a very strong fashion as she eats silently.
Lots of poise.
Lots of
Meanwhile,
poise.
there's like kids next door scarfing down.
Just forking it in with their chopsticks. All right. So as the hours tick on, what's the overarching?
See, the kids are on a
plan here?
time limit when they eat, but you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. They have to get to the next training session, but you're able to take your time. But yeah, as the hours tick on and you push into the afternoon, the sun's on its way down. Not quite yet, but on its way.
Yeah, so Ira's. Oh,
No, go for it,
I was
Lauren.
just gonna say real quick. Ira's just gonna meet with like the other abbots and a lot of the other like staff of the monastery and work out where's the best place to like keep students and where's the, like just getting the logistics of putting them away if something happens, evacuation plan, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So you could work out all those logistics as well. Definitely have some conversations with Swan Cry and some of the other dragons. As for Ochiro,
What is Ricarda doing?
Vitarka?
Yeah, Vitarka. What is
After
Vitarka
a
doing?
while, you find some quarters for him, and he just kind of sits off to his own on the side, and he's now actually looking a little shaky. Hasn't had a drink for a while, but having stayed up most of the night, he just kind of finally having a soft place to stay that is like clean and probably unlike anything he's had for a little while. He soon actually finds himself off to sleep, and seems like he hasn't really been in an area this comfortable in a long time, and just kind of loses himself there, almost involuntarily. Lets his guard down.
Ira will like come in to check on him to check up on him and just like like knock on his door, kind of peek it open, see that he's asleep at what, like 7 o'clock or something like that, and see that he's asleep and place a fresh just fresh clothing out for him on like a side table or something for when he wakes up.
And there'd be like monk robes,
Presumed for
essentially,
duties.
very minimalistic.
Yeah, basically what she's wearing, just like leftover robes from one of the students who might fit his size. It might be her robes, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that might be the only one that fits.
Okay.
You like that?
So at any moment, does Ochiru Hana ever catch a glimpse of the person that they're going after? Or does she not get to see them at all?
I would say the dragons do a good job of keeping them separate. So
You would have
there's
seen
not
him in the eating hall, though, right?
no, not yet. Like I said, if one of you went ahead to the eating hall at least, before bringing her in,
Right,
you
yeah.
would have seen him and been able to scurry him off, but he would have already been getting his food.
Right.
So yeah, you probably haven't seen
I'm
him
not sure
or
at the
heard any
timeline.
mention
That's
of
like he just disappeared. I'm like, I don't know where he went.
He'll show up, right? So with that then, Ochiru Hana knowing that her target is not in sight, but is seeing what this place is, she surveys the area as she's walking back out, as she knows her time cannot be staying any longer for here. And as she's trying to make her way towards the exit, she uses stealth in a way to check where all of the first floor windows, entrances, and things like that she could spot, if that makes sense, without making much noise or apprehension of it.
I'll say make a stealth check first of all to see
Okay.
how sneakily you can do this.
Okay. A, B, C, D. Sometimes I forget where everything is, even though it's alphabetical. Nine plus 7.
Yeah. Well, it gives you the total in the chat. So 16.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. There's
I've got so many windows popped up. I can't tell where everything is right now. I do not have 2 screens. I've got 1 laptop.
virtual tabletop. No math. But the
Struggle.
16. Okay. Unless anyone's passive perception is above a 16, I would say you can make through here pretty readily enough without being seen, or at least done in such a way that is so subtle that it does not really look like what it is of you getting into locations you shouldn't be. So I'll say go ahead and make an investigation check to see how much you can case the joint then.
All right.
Rose's passive is 19.
Oh, her passive perception?
Oh,
For
sorry,
Kai-Fi?
17.
Oh,
It's 17, not 19.
in that case, you would notice that.
I know she had to hide
Jeez.
something.
I just got
around.
back. I
Oh,
don't know what's
gotcha,
happening.
Yeah, she had to use the bathroom.
Yeah, you went to the restroom. Darn.
So you do notice that Uchiru's kind of sneaking around, doing so subtly and gracefully. Doesn't look very suspicious, but you do notice that she is poking around a bit and trying to get into spots that she probably shouldn't be. Going down halls and opening doors.
She's gonna watch it for a bit. And just kind of follow along.
Do I notice her following me?
Perception check. And I
I'll
guess
do
you could
stealth.
contest it
I
with
remember
stealth,
sneaky.
yeah.
Oh man, this is like a weird
21.
reverse bunny cat moment.
That is true. Now the bunny
Horrible.
the bunny has become the hunter now.
Yeah, this is some weird reverse stuff going on here.
Oh, also Rose, it's a new game, so you might have to reactivate 3D dice. I'm not sure if you did that. But the 21 on stealth from Kaivire definitely beats it. So that's
Yeah, that's fair.
She goes unnoticed as you think you're going unnoticed.
Yeah, that's fair. With that, Ochirohana, can she see how far the sun is going down? Like, does she notice?
I mean, if you look outside, yeah, readily enough. You just need to find a latticed window or go out the front door a little bit. But yeah,
Okay.
there's enough windows around the central pagoda that you can readily tell what time of day it is. So you see it's pushing into the afternoon, the mid-afternoon.
Okay. Ochirohana will kind of mosey around a little bit before pretty much asking. She looks lost, and she plays to that. Is just, I don't know where I am. Help me. Where are you trying to go? I don't know. And she does this for a little bit before finally looking out the window. She notices it's late mid-afternoon. Her stay is probably close to past welcome for getting food of what she was needing. And she looks for someone to help her get to the outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Suddenly, Kaivire appears.
Does she? Or do you let her ask one of the other monks in residence? Kaivire?
Kaivaya will stay hidden.
Okay, you stay hidden. So yeah, you're able to get pointed in the right direction from any of the children or any of the other monks. Ooh. Hey, there's a purr. We got sound effects for the TeknoAXE.
Yes.
This is Chi-Chi.
So, I mean, she's got orange. She plays with the kids a little bit as she's walking, and as she goes, you see there's a bit of an innocence when she's talking with the kids, going, yes, my cat tail is kind of fluffy, but it kind of isn't. And you see her guard is kind of slightly all down when it comes to the kids asking questions. While she also sometimes, Oshiru knows where the walls are, but she plays to the fact that this tabaxi is a little bit clumsy and sometimes will almost run into a door, but will slightly dodge out of the way. But it looked like she almost hit it until they get to the gate.
All right. So you make your way out then?
Yep. She's going to, before she goes, she turns to the kids and goes, thank you. Hope you have a good night or day. I guess day. Bye. And you see her tail kind of unwraps around now that she has kids not trying to pull on her tail anymore.
Hi, Mrs. Osaka.
Bye. And you see her trotting down. But as she gets further out of the way, she's going to duck behind buildings again.
Mm-hmm.
But she's going to make sure no one is following her this time before going down alleys.
That's fair. So going off of those previous rolls, Kaivire, you remain on her tail going into the town?
Yeah. At the gate, she was kind of like, maybe she's not that bad.
Well, Ira is she's patrolling the perimeter. Could she be at the gate as she's leaving? Just
Sure,
just to say goodbye.
Certainly.
Ow.
So would my character see your character?
Yeah, she's just patrolling, and you just kind of have to walk past her to get to the gate. And,
Okay.
If you make yourself known, then she doesn't look like she's searching for you. She's just being guard.
She will look at you and goes, Miss, thank you for everything.
Oh,
and she
hi.
hastily bows.
Mm-hmm. I hope you had your fill.
Yes, thank you. May I say thank you for allowing me in? I know this is not easy time, but you really did help me live another day.
Our walls are open to those who are seeking shelter, both from what is without as well as from what is within. If anything happens that you need to come see us again, always know that there is a space for people who are looking for shelter here.
I will always try. Though may I send some word before I go? If it will be all right. If I'm bothering you, have no need.
You said send some what?
If I could say something before parting, if that is all right. You see she's very flustered as she thinks you are very intimidating, as she's just going, and her ears don't know if she can be fully abrasive or not, and her ears are just going back and forth.
Ira will kneel down to her level and kind of again she's talking with the children again. Get down to your levels, see you eye to eye, or even below you. I don't know how tall she is.
She's 5'5".
Average height. Okay, so she'll get down, kind of get eye to eye with you, and
Ira's a whole
try to see a little less
taller.
imposing as she is.
Oh no! How did I do that?
There's a spell in the chat. Yeah, if you click on any of the spells, it'll put them in the chat.
How do I get rid of that? Because that was not what I was trying to do.
Only I can do that.
Of course, the DM has all the power.
And is it? So she's gonna come down to your level and say, of course, you can say anything you want here. We do not judge.
She thinks for a moment as if she's trying to figure out what she's able to say and not draw attention to others. She kind of draws in a bit. And hastily looks at you and goes, sometimes things are not always what they appear, as we all know. Sometimes a simple intrusion might be an opening hand. Thank you. And she darts out the door.
That's a weird cat.
After Chiku leaves, Kavaya is just gonna kind of make herself known to Ira, just like a little nod that she's following her.
Yeah, I feel like after can hear her as like, are you following her?
She like quickly like covers her mouth like.
Oh, like way after like she's gone.
Oh, okay.
Door's closed. Yeah. And like you peek out and she just like kind of acknowledges your presence without looking at you, like she knows you were there.
Just be
Yeah.
careful.
So
I was gonna say too, with Kaivire, you being rabbit as you are, you probably are the only one that can traverse down that hill unseen, hiding in the various brush and tall grass. So
she's tiny.
yeah, you're with the previous stealth check easily able to keep up with Ochiru and follow her into town.
So with that, Ochiru will head back to the docks. And instead of changing herself, knowing what she had just said, she heads to the Zhao Empire's ship.
The pursuer.
Yes. And when the guards notice her, she gives a small signal that shows of a courtesan, not of a warrior. And they allow her to come on with no problems.
Thought she was trying to escape.
And she stays in there for maybe a few hours. And
At some point, Kaivaya will go back, like probably after like half an hour.
Ochiru,
She'll immediately report this to Iro.
Okay.
and while she's in the ship, she will actually send a messenger after dropping disguise self in one of the little chambers. And she will send one of the younger courtesan underlings that she knows the language of and say, send this to Hayate. Make haste. I also bring you a reward afterwards.
Will do. And she is able to carry out that plan of action. What are you sending?
Pretty much sending where her whereabouts are, that she is on the ship. And further investigation must be held. She goes, give me an extra day. And if not, then come to the ship.
All right. So that missive is sent out, and you make yourself to settle down for the evening. With that, eventually.
Kaivaya...
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So
was.
Kaivaya meets up with Ira. Like after... It's probably been like 45 minutes since the gate, maybe an hour.
Probably about then, but you're pushing into later in the afternoon. But you're able to get back to the gate and report this to Ira.
Ira, I'm troubled.
Did you see anything?
Our friend, quotation mark. She said she was trying to escape the Empire, did she not?
You said she is from there, but not originally from the Empire.
But she didn't... How do I explain? She said she was not like them. That...
Yes, that is what she said.
I watched her signal a guard on the ship, and then be let in. If you didn't want to be a part of them, why would you go back? She was safe here. She had no reason to go back.
She had mentioned something about her master needing her back. I'm not sure what kind of what's the word?
Circumstance?
I'm not sure what kind of circumstance she finds herself in, but all we can do is help out as best we can. when somebody asks for it, and provide an open hand of help for those who need it. And of course, when...
What if we're too kind? I lost my last home. Can't lose this one as well. We can't trust everyone who comes in. There's something not right about that ship.
No, they have nefarious means, or nefarious goals here, of course. We know this. It's not that I trust them. It's that even if I don't trust them, I have to show that I have to show them that they are worthy of trust.
What if they use you?
What was that?
And what if they use you? What if they lie to you?
It's not me that they would be hurting. It would be themselves. And if they do try to hurt me,
You still have a lot to learn.
our role is to not
If you-
judge the people who come through our gates, wherever they come from. Our role is to provide a space where they can find themselves, and hopefully find that within them, they can forgive themselves of everything that they have done. If somebody finds it within themselves to need to lie to survive in the world, we need to be able to make sure that they know this is a space that they don't have to lie in.
I understand. And she looks a little defeated.
I'm not being nice for the sake of being nice. I know what it's like to not have a place in the world. When I first came here, I was but a child, and a Minotaur child at that. I was rowdy. I broke things. I was angry. But even after years of misbehaving and rebelling, what was his name? Sifu
Swancry.
Swancry.
Well, no,
Sifu Swancry
before
still
Swancry,
believed
you
in
were with
me.
the sage.
Was that?
Before Swancry, you were with the sage.
Oh, right. That's right. Because Swancry
Yeah.
was right. That was Sage Wong Hung.
Yeah.
Sage Wong Hung still believed in me and gave me a space that I grew to call home. Never had one of those before. Now, I have found it within myself to become somebody that was more than what I came here as.
I understand. I don't want to defy your judgment. Or what you teach here. I'm just scared.
It is okay to be scared. It's okay to know that something is wrong. It's okay to fear what might happen if you make the wrong choice, but know that if you do make the wrong choice, it's not your fault.
I hope I can be like you someday, Ira.
I hope that you can be better than me one day.
And she smiles.
Gives her like a little
Little scritch.
Now,
I'm gonna try to get some sleep.
you go rest. I'll do the last of my patrols. I'll switch off with one of the abbots and I'll get some rest soon.
And she nods and heads into the monastery.
The rest of the night in the monastery, aboard the pursuer, goes by uneventful. Eventually, the rest of the Stormbringers come back aboard this pursuer after doing some reconnaissance in the town. They all reconvene, make plans for tomorrow. They discuss your message that had reached them and let you know that you have some time, but their patience is running slim, especially with the discomforting presence of the Chang ship. So you have at least a few more hours tomorrow that they seem to be granting you. However, besides that, the night goes by uneventful for both of our disparate sets of characters. And eventually, as morning comes the next day, Sifu Swan Cry assembles the dragons and makes it known. The ships are still at port. Do you believe that our friend Vitaka can use an ultimatum? I sense a foul wind coming this way. I do not think this moment of peace and sanctuary we've offered him will last long. You must train and be ready. And I think we should offer him a chance to join us in that.
He is very capable. That much we know. We just don't know how capable.
He has great skill, no doubt. But I think even the finest rock can use some refinement. Let us go to see if he is awake.
You sharpen his blade, I will give him a direction.
That would do well. Eventually, you all funnel into the chamber that Vitarka had been put into, and you see that already in the morning. He slept all through that late afternoon and then all through the night, and he looks kind of groggy to be sure.
Just like
hungover, yeah. But as the hangover subsides, and he has like a small bowl of water that he kind of sips from and nurses himself back up, you find he's already in the monk robes that you had left him with, and is sitting kind of cross-legged on the floor, less slumped and less in his drunken stupor and more with a proper posture and, like I said, cross-legged and meditative almost.
Mm-hmm. This is in the morning?
Mm-hmm. First thing in the morning as you enter his chamber, and his Swan Cry.
Ira wakes up.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, Ira's gonna wake up early, of course, to do stuff around the monastery, but she is now in full she's in warrior monk mode now.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing she's gonna do is go around and get some students. But she wakes up early to wake up some of the head students, like the ones who are maybe on the older side who have more advanced training. When she does this and she goes around, is he already awake at that time?
It's up to you, because Swan Cry was trying to assemble the dragons to go see them all at once.
Can I say that again?
I was gonna say, if Swan Cry was trying to assemble the dragons to go see them all at once, so it's up to you whether you would join them on that, or are you doing this first?
Well, yeah, because
that would be first.
Okay, yeah. If we're gonna, then we'll she'll go around and get the dragons, get the students later, and then we'll, go meet him.
So yeah, you meet him in his chamber as such, and Swan Cry says to him, "So Vitarka, we know you're a wanted man. We know those who are seeking you are not soon to leave our island. Now we know we are ready to defend any resident of Shuishang who is willing to call this island their home. Whatever past may trouble you, you can find a home here, if you so choose. Continue your training, hone your skills. You demonstrating a willingness to change." And he kind of rises from his meditation and kind of still stays on the ground, but says, "Right. haven't had a place to call home in a long time. Even on this floor, I haven't had a bed more comfortable in a while. I was trained in the Zhao Empire, but I originally hailed from a far-off land out in the west, the Anashar Kingdom. I was a noble there, an heir of a baron. But that family was wiped out by a rival noble house. As the sole survivor, I've been wandering the world, seeking some home, some purpose ever since. That search took me to the Zhao Empire. I found a sensei there, learned the ways of ninjutsu. But the abuses that I saw my family suffer.
Little Loryn.
There goes Loryn. I could not tolerate
I'll go check him.
anything of the sort when I saw it in another. But I want to be done running. And even though that new home didn't last long, I'm ready to face these demons. And with that, Swancry nods and says, "So be it. You have chosen to take your stand then. Your training begins today." And with that, unless any of the other dragons have anything else to add, let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business.
Copyright.
To defeat the
Hunters.
name of the empire. I don't know. Yeah.
So yeah, it's training montage time. So we'll start first on the dragons end. What then? I'll say at this point, Swancry would have Vitarka to go cold turkey on drinking and continue to further his training in ninjutsu, which Swancry proves to be conversational in, but is more so also able to add the more of the wushu and Wing Chun and Kung Fu flavor that is more his tradition. And they do some sparring, they do some forms. He has him to do some farmer carries of taking from the well and other tasks around the monastery that they're able to add physical labor to. So, what also of Ira and Kaivire? How are you all training?
Rose, you want to go first, or should I go first?
I was muted. I'm not good at this stuff. I've seen, I can count how many martial arts moves I've seen on probably one hand.
So Ira takes her training, and she's at this point as a teacher, she's using it as a way to get a lot of the students into shape. So like I said, she was gonna go around and get some of the top students, some of the 18, 19-year-olds who are on their way to graduating to becoming an actual,
Possibly a dragon.
like a monk or a priest. And they're she's gonna get all those the older students, ones who have more advanced techniques, and she's gonna prep them emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually for combat. The last time this happened, it was it a few years ago, or was it about a year ago?
Be a little over
the first one.
a year, yeah, a little over a year when the Zhao Empire attacked, I do believe.
Yeah, so some of them are older now, and she's like you got to now start to take your stand. So she's gonna start training, and she's gonna involve them in her training. So it's a lot of sparring. It's a lot of weighted runs up hills, and it's like she's training them to become bulls.
There you go. I'll say make
The only time a bull is actually wanted.
This will be your.
Yeah.
I would say make this a persuasion check for your first training roll. This is your kind of leadership qualities in teaching your students and your pupils.
Oops, that's the wrong one. Subtract 2 from that. Ooh. Subtract 2 from that.
Ooh. 8. Well, unfortunately, doesn't quite land as well as you would like. Some of the young adults are definitely a little reticent to this kind of suddenness. They've perhaps grown lax lately, and do not quite recognize the kind of threat you're dealing with. But still, you're able to run them through some drills, some training, and your words are still there and still valued, but definitely not landing as concretely as you would need. You reckon you could probably drill some of these points home over a longer course, but for today, first lessons are in and not going as well as you would hope.
Yeah. They're just all these guys are just what's even the how bad could it be, right?
Basically, yeah. They're young and invincible. So yeah, I'll say you could.
Last time this happened, we only needed 3 of you guys.
This is true. So I would say you could feel free, though, if you want to do further training, to make a different kind of check. And you could do this. That would have been for your inspiration to get later. However, you could try for the next one try for the inspiration again, or try for a higher DC to get temporary hit points buff instead.
Say that again.
I would say you could try for the training that would reward with inspiration once more, or you could try for a higher DC check, which can reward with temporary hit points.
Oh. I have to choose between one of the two?
Because, for your second check, you get to attempt that first one again, or try the second one, which is slightly higher DC.
I'll go for the temporary hit points.
All right, higher DC. What are your training?
So, so she sees okay, you guys aren't getting the picture. So she turns on boot camp mode. It's okay, listen up. I'm gonna go hard on you, and you have to know, the people who are coming up here to try to do us harm, they're gonna go hard on you too. But know that I'm trying to keep you alive while I do this. They're not going to. And full boot camp, okay, we're gonna train like we are going to die tomorrow.
So running through some hard drills.
Running them through and this is strength training. They know weighted runs, they know farmer carry, they know what was that weighted horse stance, but it's now it's IRA levels of weighted horse stance.
You're taking them to the 36
arms
chamber
out, and
of
she's gonna rest her maul on your yeah, exactly. It's arms out, and she's gonna use her staff to hit you into position, and then rest her maul on your wrists. It's
all right, I'll say this could be
if you fall, I will whoop your ass.
I can't help but think of when you're in a monastery and how there's weightlifting. No, see, the teacher is the weight. That's all they have to do is deal with Ira. That is the weight training.
I'll say this can be an athletics check for the
and it's I am
strength training.
I'm going to prepare your bodies, and through your bodies, I'll prepare your mind.
So go ahead and roll for it.
What?
Oh no, the rolls are not with you
No.
today. No, these students are burning out quick. They're not having
I
it
give you
today.
inspiration. No, I don't.
Can't help much
This
there.
is not going well.
No, yeah, it's mostly your students' fault. To be fair, Ira is strong as a cow, but it is a bit difficult with the cooperation you're receiving from your students today, and especially at their volatile age. Some days it's there, some days it's not, and today is one of those off days.
Teenagers.
Are we spending the whole
Do-
day training?
Do we have to? But you're spending essentially all of the.
One of them, like while he's doing a.
I was gonna say you're spending essentially the whole morning doing training.
Yeah. Okay.
So
But yeah,
that's-
after that, then like their heart's not in it. She's gonna push them as hard as they can, but of course she knows their limits, and she's not gonna. She's gonna push them to the point where they feel like they're gonna break and just past, but she's not gonna hurt anybody.
And what then of Kaivire? Any training she's going to be doing, or how's she going to go about training at the
She's
monastery?
doing agility training.
Okay.
Because it's like she's
Like-
trying to attack quicker, dodge quicker, use her body size and skills to her advantage.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's learning
Tiny
from,
but powerful.
because she knows she can't really hit hard. But if she's fast enough, she can hit a lot.
Yeah, so you got plenty of
And-
wooden training dummies and obstacle kind of courses and objects laid out around the courtyard that you could easily do some of that training with, hopping from kind of those upright log beams of varying heights one to the other, and working the wooden training dummies with your staff, various angles of attack, and moving, hitting, and running between targets. All of that you can make, I'll say, an acrobatics check for this kind of
It's like
training.
throughout this, she's thinking of her monastery. She's thinking about the first time she fought again at the tournament, losing her first round, and she's determined to not let that happen again.
Determination in your little rabbit eyes.
22.
Ooh, 22. Nailed it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Her spirit's in it.
Her spirit is in it. You've got your fighting spirit within your
You have been filled with
staff.
determination.
And with a furrowed brow, on an otherwise unmenacing rabbit-like exterior, you furrow your brow, go into focus mode, and dart from one target to the next, one course to the next, training your butt off. And if you could sweat, you would be working one up, because this is hardcore, and you successfully hit all your marks, your targets, and set some pretty record timings. Would you like to do another round of training to shoot for? So you would get an inspiration, which essentially, for those who don't know, in 5th edition, you can get inspiration, which can be expended later to give you advantage on a later roll of your choosing. You can shoot for temporary hit points if you want to do another round of training as well, or you could call it quits there.
Is there like a negative to doing that?
Not necessarily.
Then yeah, let's do more training.
What else would you like to do?
This is more of a mechanical thing.
Okay.
Are we fighting today?
Hmm.
Like, are we fighting today in the world? Or is it gonna be tomorrow?
I'll say the atmosphere seems that there is tension looming for possible battle today. But of course your character cannot know that for certain.
So I'm thinking more of a technical, like, training using her healing and, like, her life manipulation. But technically, like, mechanically, she'd be using all her key points. And
I would say you could train that though with a medicine check, like kind of going through your routines, studying up on your scrolls of anatomy and kinesthesiology and all that, and kind of brushing up on that knowledge. I would say you could do so with a medicine check and hit the books.
I'd say she's probably, like, practicing on like plants and stuff.
Yeah.
And all of the students that Ira just went through.
Yes, they're all gonna need massages and acupuncture. So yeah, by all means,
Little Bunny, we need help.
medicine check.
Just like, oh.
Just have a long line just coming through.
Not terrible.
Not terrible, but
considering I rolled a 6.
again, the DC is higher to get that second round for the temporary hit points, though. So that would not quite make the cut. But you do brush up on that knowledge. You feel well studied, but perhaps not as much as you would like to be on that subject.
Okay.
Meanwhile, aboard the pursuer,
A refresher.
Hayate and Kentaro are practicing killing blows with their katanas against straw dummies of the old samurai techniques of quickly drawing their blades and cutting straight across through the straw, leaving a completely flat surface there. What is Ochiru up to in her training today?
Ochiro wakes up really early. It's about the same time as Kentaro and Hayate. And before she actually starts practicing kenjutsu with her own swords, she first takes a moment and does a form of meditation. But she's not actually meditating, but more of practicing speech repetition. She's warming up her vocals. She's getting ready for whatever she needs to do with her voice.
Okay, very interesting. I would say that would be a performance check for that.
Okay. ABC, I forget where P's are. They're there.
Ooh, 23. All right. So, yeah, you go through your retinue and your routine of vocal warm-ups and presentation, diction, and all of the poise and posture that you have been trained in. And you do so gracefully and elegantly, and you are convinced that you could charm even the most reluctant noble at this point.
So after she does that, she gracefully stands up, places her swords on her side, and walks towards Hayate and Kentaro. It seems that straw dummies are no match for you, as usual.
Are you gonna poke fun, or are you gonna try and do something with that blade?
You speak the same language. What do you think, Hayate? Kentaro, best round out of 3?
Oh, I could certainly go for that.
My question is, who wishes to go first?
And Hayate responds, well, if you want to bust out the wooden sticks. You called out Kentaro? Be my guest.
She turns straight at Hayate. I think we both know we're far past that. Takeda, draw your blade. Or do you not know how to do that anymore?
I told you not to use that name around me.
And I told you to call by my full name. You are using too many unfamiliar formalities.
Very well. And he busts out from a chest in below decks a few wooden training sticks that are used for training kenjutsu and kendo, and arms himself and you with them and you square off and prepare for a spar. So go ahead and I'll call this, I'll say we can make this an athletics or an acrobatics roll. One or the other for just physical training.
I would do acrobatics. Since I've got a higher number.
Jeez.
Oh, 22. Nice. The rolls have certainly been in your favor.
They were when we were rolling yesterday.
So yeah, it is a tense spar as you cross these wooden blades, and they're kind of exchanging in this casual kind of moment of peer-to-peer training, exchanging words as you go along. Hayate's just like, only been able to tell you're well trained in your kenjutsu, but you definitely have a lot more to learn. And he kind of leads with a flurry of swings, but you are able to parry through all of them. And after some time of going back and forth like this, is there anything you would respond, first of all?
Yes. After parrying maybe once or twice, she directly looks at Hayate. Well, I didn't come asking for a easy partner to spar with, now did I? Quit using your words and show me what you can teach, Hayate.
Well, you spar with the Thunder Ronin, so let's see what you've got. And
I have held my own.
he goes into an aggressive series of strikes. The two of you go back and forth across the deck for some time, much of the crew enjoying the spectacle. Eventually, you kind of square off, ready to cross blades once more. And in a silent moment of tense suspense, waiting to see who will make the first move, you both lunge into a single rapid exchange of strikes that would lead to a lethal blow where katana's in hand, but it is ultimately your positioning that reaches his shoulder first.
Yeah.
Impressive. You have been well trained indeed. And certainly some of the training and sparring we've been doing of late probably does help with that.
Well, I can say it's been quite a pleasure to find someone who I can spar with. That doesn't last 2 minutes.
And Harumi is definitely giving you a side glance from the other side of the deck, just as she twirls her bow staff.
Do I notice this from the corner of my eye?
Certainly, but you know she gives you the stink eye all the time, and she's just like, mind your tone, Hellcat.
She completely ignores. She knows she's doing it, but does not even acknowledge. And just stays in position, locked-eyed, opponent. Especially after as you keep... The crew has seen them spar multiple times throughout this excursion to get to where we're at. Even before that, she comes to acknowledge Hayate's lineage and pride in his movements and in his technique, even though he speaks against that. But she cannot help, even more so with her Katniss personality. Hayate, I sometimes question many things of you, but there are few things that I do not question. And that is of your technique. Now, your taste, I do not care for, nor is it my will to imply. But I do have an inquiry, if you're ready to go another round. As you know, we can speak louder with our swords than with sitting idle prater.
Of course. What is this inquiry then, as he readies his blade?
As she readies, as you know, there's been many strange matters upon this island. As she goes into another lunge.
Yeah, and there's just a click as he parries it and repositions himself on another angle. Indeed.
As you know, I have asked for another day to survey our target.
And you will have hours. I'm not gonna let Chang get to him first.
Well, then we have a common goal. Like I said, I don't do well with scum. And you, Hayate. And she goes after again, but this time doing 3 more strikes.
Just a as the wood collides and you reposition on the other side, squaring up again, maintaining your center lines, facing each other as you rotate around, dancing on this deck.
You're not scum, comparatively to those of the others of the Zhao Empire. I have met many who are scum. You might be a lowlife, but you haven't hit so low to a point where I've been able to call you scum.
Whatever that's worth. Evidently, the Empire tends to disagree, as there's a few more clacks as you exchange. As they strip my titles. But, all the
they
same
are
to
easily
me.
to strip titles, aren't they not?
Well,
As
I've gained a new
you've heard
title.
of the Hayashi. It's not just a few for you, it was your entire family line.
Well, again, titles can be re-earned. And the Thunder Ronin is a reputation now I have value in upholding. But what then of the Hayashi?
Well, I've heard rumors. Scouts. Of more titles trying to be taken away, and it's not just them, there's the Takeda. But that is for another matter. My question is of code. And she goes and tries to do a jump attack by jumping over, parrying her blade downward.
He's easily able to and then parry you out of the way with an upper block and then moving it aside and repositions, maintaining his center line with you. And he says, no one aboard this ship is beholden to any Bushido anymore. If that's what
So
you're
are you.
implying.
Well, as you know, I have been working hard on trying to understand and survey. My question is, we have not come in contact with where you stand on murdering or disposing of children who are not involved in the matter to get to your target. And she locks blades close to him, and holding their hilts together, she pushes a little bit further, and she goes, where do you stand, Hayate? If it gets your gold.
And he shoves you away and simply says, I stand on the side of the score. I'm willing to do what it takes to get the job done.
She goes after a high attack to disarm Hayate at that point. Not showing anything in her face, not showing anything. It just looks like a normal sparring run.
All right, I'll say make an attack on this one. Your training sequence is over, so you got your inspiration and your you get 20 temporary hit points as well. However, at this point, yeah, make an attack roll with what would be your normal short sword roll, essentially. Just use the same stats, just to see if this lands. Unfortunately, not against him. The 16 does not hit.
Dang. Well, she tried.
So you go for that disarm, but he's able to parry out of the way and again maintain his distance.
I guess that's where our channels might come to an impasse. You say as long as you get your score, you do not care. As long as it's the score, correct, Hayate?
I care about winning, about getting my pay. If something gets in the way of that, then I will not hesitate. But, I let you attempt diplomacy and negotiations. I am not unwise. I know there is value in taking an easier route if one is available. Violence is not a first resort, but in the end of the day, I will do what is necessary.
She places her sword to the end to show the end of the training. And it's in a way that she does not have it fully sheathed, but you see that it shows that she's crossing a line near her feet before putting her blade to the side. Well then, let me try my test. I'm glad to see you are not unwise, Hayate. But I do think you might need to be wary of your competition with the enemy, and not just with our score. Scum lurk in many walls. Who knows if the Zhao Empire will try to take our score as well.
Well, I am no friend to the Empire.
And neither am I. And with that, she actually will just end her battle. She forfeits the battle at that point. And puts her sword away.
Yeah, you walk away. One of the crew of the ship returns to the deck and reports to Hayate. Some of the chain guys are on the move. Hayate simply says, they grow impatient too. You have an hour, Ochiru. Then we make our move.
When we make our move, cut them off first. You think you can buy me some time? Or is that too hard for a statistic man as you, Hayate?
Leave our tactics to me. Like I've said, I will do what is necessary, but you have 1 hour to try your way. And that's all you get.
Then I must be on my way. And with that, she puts her sword and heads up to the monastery.
All right. So you make your way up there. And yeah, you might also want to note that you have, an inspiration, which means you can get advantage on one roll of your choosing for the rest of this session. Okay. And you also have 20 temporary hit points.
Fantastic.
So I'll act as a bit of a buffer if you take damage. So back up to the monastery. You approach the gates.
As I'm heading up to the monastery, I do not change who I was.
Okay, so you're in your natural form.
I am in my natural form, but the difference is I'm walking very slow a little bit. As I get closer to the gate, I actually stop maybe about 15 feet away from the gate. And
does she look like a different person? Like entirely, or just like same
nope,
person but different?
No. My character, which you probably haven't seen yet, so I do apologize for forgetting that. What you're seeing sitting down, cross-legged, waiting patiently at the gate, is a white furred cat with black tips on her ears, long black hair with white tips at her end. She is wearing a samurai, half not outfit. It looks like it's a combination of two. It's very monotoned in color, very different from the cat you saw yesterday. Her eyes are piercing blue.
Mm-hmm. Like she looks different, but does she look like a different person? Like
Yeah, he was
does it look like
asking-
the same person wearing different clothes.
Oh.
Yeah, from the form you took the other day. Does it look entirely different?
Yes, she's in not so bright colors. She's in black with a little bit of a grunge brown.
Well, so just different clothes, though. Like,
Yeah,
different
she's-
superficial appearance, but you're still the same
Oh.
basic arrangement of cat-like features.
Yes.
Okay.
Her clothes
Like
are
when you came the first time.
not as flowy. They're a bit more
Yeah.
constricting.
When you came the first time, you didn't like change anything about your face.
No. You just knew she was a tabaxi.
Mhm, yeah, so she still
Okay,
basically
so
looks the same,
when-
just different color palette.
Yeah, so when like somebody alerts one of the elders that like there's somebody at the gate, Ira's gonna be like, oh, I think I recognize her.
This is also worth noting. I forgot to mention this at the end of the training montage, but everybody leveled up to level 10. As per the
Ooh.
tradition of the training montages in this campaign. So you get your level up, so update your stats to what you arranged it to be for level 10. Everybody's hit points increase a bit and get some new features and stats. So everyone's awesome. But yeah,
Awesome sauce.
now Orichu makes her way up to the gate. You are alerted to that, and Ira, you do see this new white feline figure, but familiar enough, waiting there.
Hello.
You are familiar. Did you come yesterday?
Sometimes our biggest secrets are hidden in mystery, are they not? Miss Ira.
Well, some would seem they would have more secrets than others.
More ways than one do sometimes the lies protect us, while also making harder barriers. I do apologize for that. But I do not have time to waste. I am here to speak, but do not wish entry if you do not wish it. But this is of utmost importance if you will have your ear to hear.
You may speak. There is nobody stopping you from that. However, you have claimed that you were not one of them.
I am not. In a sense, depending of who you are speaking of them. Do you speak of one of the ships I have been upon, or are you speaking of those who arm the ships?
What would the difference be?
Those who ride on the ship do not particularly mean that they are for those who own the ship. Those who bear a flag do not always mean they honor the flag that is bared.
I understand what you mean to say. However, as of right now, there is no way for me to differentiate between those who would do us harm on those ships and those who would not. As far as I am aware, those ships and those people on it wish to invade our island, and therefore those ships and those who are on it are a threat to my people and our way of life.
Some wish for that harm. Others wish for just one thing. Invasion is not in my way of speaking. But what I am concerned is the safety of the young ones that are in your care. I am here to speak to protect both sides, if we can.
Are you trying to warn us?
If that is how it is perceived, may it take in that way.
If you have come to let us know of an incoming invasion, we appreciate the forewarning. And of course, we will do everything we can to protect the youngsters within our care and everybody else within our walls and within our little community here that we protect.
You do know that it is not you that they are after. You could easily
No,
avoid this.
Not me. Not me as an individual. But I am not, in a sense, an individual. I am now a part of a community. And if you attack somebody within my community, then you attack me.
So are you saying that you have chosen to protect this individual?
I am saying that home is not a place. It is a people.
Okay, I need to stop for a moment. Would she know why that we're going after him, or would she just know the bounty?
All you know is what Hayate told you, which I gave you in your brief.
Yeah. All right. You say home is more than just a place. The people going after, the people that I correlate with for this expedition, have told me of some of the reason, but not the entire story. If I am able to hear the full extent of what is going on, I would like to be able to act accordingly.
You doubt the information your superiors have given you.
The Zhao Empire, my associates, have more ways than one to hide information without telling the whole truth, but telling what is needed. I know not to trust all of their words.
The first step into understanding truth is to accept that there are things that you cannot control. And the only thing that you can control is yourself and how you react to things that have been presented to you. If you believe you have been misguided, it is your choice whether to act or to continue.
My choice is to investigate. The person who is being under so much gold, there has to be a reason. And that reason is not foreign to me.
I fear you may be disappointed then to know that the reason he is such a wanted man has no bearing on anything that he has done, but the petty grievances that we as mortals feel.
Please explain. Or if you are all right to indulge.
It is not my story to tell, however, I also do not trust you near the man that you seek.
I do not seek him. I seek to know what is right and what is wrong with the situation. I am not a puppet of the Zhao Empire, and I am not a puppet of anybody. If this man has done actual wrong, then one must pay for such crimes. But I also know the Zhao Empire is not so nice to have such justice systems. And you hear this slight kind of trying to come up from her throat, but is easily taken back as she spits at the spoken word of the Zhao Empire.
Ira's going. Are you still seated and cross-legged at this point?
Yep.
Ira's gonna at the gate still, of course, but gonna drop down and sit cross-legged and meet her posture. Again, meeting her at her level, and she's gonna look inquisitively forward and say, "You have claimed you are not a part of the Zhao Empire, was it?
Yes, that is the
claimed you have
ship.
not.
Zoners.
You have claimed you are not a part of the Zhao Empire. You reside within it, but it feels you've been hurt.
Pain is normal in life. Every person, from a piece of grass that grows to the leaf upon a tree, can be crushed, but will grow again. All things have been hurt. The difference is to allow that hurt to consume. I am here not to talk about my hurt. I am here to make sure I am not a puppet. If this man has done no wrong, as you have said, in the Zhao Empire, is doing what they have done very often, then I will be at your aid. But if it is true that he has done wrong for acts of violence for no other than self reasons, with no justice involved, then that man has full right to take his consequences too. But without knowing the information, I cannot help him, nor you. You have 2 ships coming after you. They will be here in less than an hour. I am here to see which side I am going to be a part on.
You have a very strong sense of justice. Unfortunately, I must say that it might be a little bit misguided. It is not we who have the right to judge. A person's misgivings and a person's mistakes that they make and the results that happen because of that mistake. Right or wrong is not within us to say. Our job is not to pass down that judgment. They will be judged, but not by us. But what we can do is learn to move on and forgive and stop this pain of hurt. Stop this cycle of pain and hurt. Responding with anger never makes anything right. I know what I must do, and that is to protect the people that I come to call home. It seems you may have had a home at one point, but I don't think you have one now.
She's very taken back at you.
Do I need to roll an insight?
Can I also figure out if she's being sincere? Is Ira hiding anything?
Yeah, I would say make an insight roll for that.
Is this contested insights?
Oh man. Okay, here we go. I rolled
There's 2 people sitting at a gate.
15 and 20. I mean, what do y'all glean from each other?
what you can get from Ira is that with the 15, you can tell obviously she is a priest of a monastic tradition, and she is carrying a symbol of Bahamut, who is like a very pure, very like, what's the word? Obviously radiant, right? Like it's but this very pure representation of good. And it doesn't seem like Ira wants to be a conduit for that kind of good. Like she hasn't made herself a paladin and say like, this is good and this is like the things that I believe, and so I'm going to enforce it upon you. It's that she has surrendered herself to that good, and she has said she has found peace in being able to not have to be the spokesperson for this thing. She just believes that it exists, and she believes it is self-evident, and eventually through the right path, and you can tell from her garb, she has chosen the path of the monk, that through this path that she has taken, one will eventually find this goodness that she, holds on to, literally holds on to with her in her staff.
Well, with the 20,
you don't think she has it in her to lie.
Gotcha. Well, with the 20, you see a lot, I guess. From her body language, you see Tirohana is still slightly on the defense, but you see with her elegant posture, she holds a sense of weight upon her shoulders. Where that weight comes from, you can guess or know, but you know it's a heavy burden. What you say perplexes her, but it doesn't really waver her. She sees some curiosity, like a kittenish curiosity, like what's this cow talking about?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you see respect. She's not going to try to tell you, no, you're not right or wrong. She acknowledges what you say, though she cannot agree with it. You see, she's trying to be forthright, but also knowing she cannot. You also see, for some reason or another, there's so many things hidden that it's impossible for her to tell everything.
Ira is going to see this internal struggle within her and say, you have started down a path that maybe you don't want to take. You do what you think you must. And after it all, if you still want to talk, you can come see me at my dojo or at my sanctuary here. You can have a word with the abbots, you can have a word with the students, and you can see that there is a place for everybody.
I thank you for that. Maybe if some time, maybe one day. But at the moment, time is not on our side.
And as she says that,
Ira will stand to her full height.
As she says that, you both hear a blood-curdling scream coming from down the hill.
Of course we do.
Down the hill?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Ira will stand again and just say, if we meet on the battlefield, I will do what I must, and I trust that you will too.
We can do no
I thank
else.
you for your consideration. However, I must go.
Does she recognize the scream? Does Ochiru know who was screaming?
No, it doesn't sound like a familiar scream.
Was it?
But you all hear...
Was it just a scream from the village?
Yeah, from the direction of the village, not all the way there. In fact, you could see on the path leading down to it from this height, there are some figures on the path. Yeah.
Okay.
Ochiru quickly stands to her feet with, of course, being a feline, just kind of quickly jumps up. And using her
Cat-like reflexes.
Yeah, her agility. She
Cat
just starts
reflexes.
running to see what is going on.
Okay, so
And all you hear under her breath, she just goes, Hayate, if you do this.
and you all, as the screams continue, and they continue to be loud, it sounds like several figures screaming. You hear a loud, piercing female voice just crying out for help. And you, Ochiru, as you kind of reach partway down the hill, going down that path, a few minutes travel, eventually you get close enough to see at the center of the pathway between the monastery and the village, Kintaro, with his long katana drawn, and nearby 3 figures in conical hats, looks like just plain villagers from the town. A man, a woman, and a girl, perhaps no more than 5, who are all screaming as he holds this blade to them as they kind of lie on the ground beside him.
Does she recognize this? Does she see this first?
Yes, you do get down the path enough to see this pretty clearly.
She quickly gets down there and... Kentaro!
Finally decided to join us, Ochiru.
These are not part of the score. Why are you holding a sword to them instead of heading up? Is this what you call a distraction?
And you hear a voice from the nearby brush, unseen, but you recognize it as Hayate's. You're saying, not a distraction, no, but a bait. They fancy themselves defenders. Let us give them something to defend. We won't fight them on their home turf. That would be foolhardy. That monastery is a fortress as far as we're concerned, filled with trained warriors. We need them to come to us. And knowing their motivations, this shall be the quickest way. And if you have issue with that, then stand aside. We have a bounty to collect.
So you will take the lives of these young ones just for your score?
Not if I don't have to.
Then why did you use Kentaro and not Harumi?
Because
You use
Kentaro
Kentaro.
can get them to scream louder.
Well, he is quite ugly. I'm not going to argue with that.
So, meanwhile, back at the monastery, how are all the dragons reacting?
So first thing is make sure everybody who is not a combatant is somewhere safe. Then it's like, okay, this is going down now. So figure out, get everybody to a safe space, get everybody down their their evacuation plan, and it's like,
Yeah,
we're gonna go. Yeah, like make sure everybody's locked down.
Yeah, essentially
keep some of the students with them.
the monastery
who are,
locks down.
Combat trained.
Sifu Swan Cry
And
says, we should keep the youths here. I can stay, defend them, enact our lockdown plan, keep them in the most secure areas. I'll stay with some of the abbots, but Ira, Kaivire, ensure you go and see too what is happening if there are any of those who need help. And at this point, kind of, Vitarka, now clad in the same monk robes, but he also has a black kind of cape thrown over his shoulder that he seems to have found somewhere around the grounds, says, I think I would like to join as well. Can't stand for this kind of oppression.
Ira's just gonna look at Vitarka, give him like a nod, and say, then you're coming with us.
So I shall, he says as he kind of loosens himself up. Still shaking off some of that shaking himself back into soberness.
Mhm.
So,
I've seen you train. I fought with you. We can use your help.
then you have it. And so,
On the way. Oh, sorry.
oh yeah, so I presume the three of you make your way down.
I was thinking as we're going down, Ira is no chance in hell she's gonna be able to sneak her way down this mountain.
Just big
I would
lumbering cow.
love to see that try. Just be like, I'm hiding, and you just see this cow
Even if
behind a tree.
Even if you don't hear her or don't see her, you will see the trees moving.
Should you just pretend to be a real cow?
But she's gonna say, "I will meet them head on." We've seen Vitarka be
Sneaky.
stealthy. Yeah.
Mhm.
He disappeared before us, so like
Kavai
Yeah,
can
like,
also be pretty stealthy if I
she
roll
wants Vitarka. Yeah, I was like Vitarka and Kaivire. Dang it, what was it?
Kaivire.
right. Kai bio.
Kaivire.
You can just call it Kai.
Kai. Vit and Kai.
You can call me
I
Cole.
will meet them head on. But
That's my name.
Cole?
Cole.
Cole.
Baron Cole
Cole.
Pacheco.
And Kai. Right, Baron. Strange. But if you want to hold on to that title, you may. But I'm gonna meet them head on. You make yourself scarce in the bushes. If I need help, then feel free to jump in. However, I feel they will be a little less on their guard if there's only one coming down.
Agreed. I'll make myself scarce. And he heads off the path.
Just disappears.
Yeah, and then disappears into some bushes.
I'll do my best.
And she's gonna put her hand on Kavire's shoulder and say, "I trust you."
She nods and smiles. And
All
rushes off into the bushes.
Stealth roll from Kaivire.
Please be good. I have inspiration.
No!
Oh, you want
I
to
have
use
inspiration.
you want to use the inspiration on this?
Yes. How do I use it?
Just roll again.
Roll again.
Oh, it's really okay.
It's just
You're so close.
Inspiration is advantage on any d20 roll.
That's better.
Oh, there you go. 21. Ooh, good redemption. So yeah, you disappear into
She
the
like
brush.
trips and then like fixes herself.
You right yourself with the training and the agility training you were doing specifically earlier that got you this inspiration. You were able to right yourself and dive into the bushes unseen. Meanwhile, Ira makes her way down the hill, completely seen, and you see two figures at the center of the path, completely seen. Ochiru and Kentaro, who is holding this family at the edge of a very long katana that matches his size.
Ira is walking down the hill and like side eyes Ochiru. But then, who is the one holding the katana?
Kentaro.
Kentaro, you said?
The
Okay.
orc. The orc Ronin.
The orc. Yeah. But like just like gives a glance at Ochiru, which she doesn't know that name yet, but Cheeky is what she knows. Gives a glance at who she thinks is Cheeky and but speaks to Kentaro, who has the blade. You want something?
Where's Vitarka?
Around, but he's not yours to have.
Yes, we understand. He's under your protection. Which means we'll have to
This
do
whole
away.
village is, and if you harm them,
The village doesn't have to suffer, just the bounty. But if you're insistent on protecting him, We'll have to get you out of the way.
Nobody has to suffer. When you reap what you sow from this interaction, understand this was because of things you did. The path that you have chosen has led to this outcome.
Meanwhile, Kaivire is thinking around, probably taking flanking positions, I'm assuming, getting close to this action while still remaining hidden. I'll say you can make a perception check from your hidden vantage point.
Perception.
Ooh.
Hey.
Again, all the right rolls. From your hidden vantage point, you notice... You do notice one figure in hiding, and that is Harumi, the female hobgoblin, who is off in a brush off to the side that you have gotten around and are behind of as she's looking in on this interaction. Hayate is still nowhere to be seen, but from your side, that's the one you're able to see, sort of being on the north end of the path.
If I were to surprise her and say she got dragged off somewhere,
Just so happens to get dragged off somewhere against her will.
would people notice her gone? Like from where? Because you said she's hiding.
Mm-hmm. She's the only one that you can notice from your position.
But she's in hiding, so if she disappeared from our hiding spot, no one else would notice that she can see?
It's possible. However, as Ira says those words with a sense of finality, you do notice that she readies her staff and begins twirling in a way, and arcane energy swirls around it. You see she's beginning to cast a spell.
Kaivaya will initiate combat with her.
All right.
Strike her with
All right,
actually,
that's one way of doing it.
All right, so it's on.
Initiate
I will say, as Kaivire runs up, Kaivire gets a surprise round on Harumi, and then it's initiative for everybody.
Nice. Before then, Turu just kind of looks at Kintaro and Ira, and she looks at once more to Kintaro. If you go through with this, then we will have much more than a mere score for you and Hayate.
And he just grimaces at you. Make your choice, Uchiru. And that's all he says to you.
I've already made mine.
And with that, advantage attack rolls for Kaivire for the surprise round.
And of course,
there's gonna be a lot of attacks.
Ira is, I guess, holding an action to see if they do anything.
So that's
If
advantage.
if they move, she's gonna move.
No,
Right.
not 20. Okay. So that's...
There we go. Apologies for the technical
That's 28.
difficulties. I'm changing over to the map screen, but for some reason the monitors were all off and weird on OBS today, so I'd had to make some quick adjustments, but it should be good now. And let's move you all over here.
Ooh, loading. What? The background's green.
Woo!
I don't know why there's an Ira there. But yeah, here is Harumi up here. And so hiding off on that side of the path, which means Kaivire's somewhere behind her over here.
Mm-hmm. So
the orc here is Kintaro, and these are
is Ira down over here or the other side?
Yeah, you'd be approaching them on the path from the east. So yeah, you'd be anywhere you want to put yourself, any distance from over there. Ochiru, okay. You're probably somewhere in between, wherever you want to position yourself.
Okay.
How do I make her small?
Unfortunately, that's the size of the image, so you would have to make a square image in which she's a smaller portion of, there's more transparent space. But we haven't time for that now, so.
So.
Oh, let me set you up too so that you have your health bar.
Let me get my health now.
There you go.
Oh, my range didn't pass over. There we go.
All right. So,
Right there.
what were the attack rolls? 28 and 24 definitely
28.
hit.
That was advantage. So
Oh, that was advantage. Gotcha. Right,
Just
right.
the 28.
So 28 definitely hits.
13 bludgeoning.
All right. And you have multi-attack, right? So
Yeah.
let's have it.
I'm gonna let me set it to advantage so I can make this easier. Okay. Extra attack. Can't roll with advantage. Cool, it
Ooh.
did. That's a 19.
Ooh.
I'm assuming 19 hits.
Yep, that definitely hits.
Another 9 bludgeoning.
Dang.
And I'm gonna use flurry of blows.
Ah, bonus action, key point, flurry of blows. Go for it. Let
Let me quickly look at this. So I'm gonna do a regular one for one of those. That's an 18.
Let's see, 18. Double check that. Yeah, 18 definitely hits as well.
That's an 8
Kick
bludgeoning.
their ass.
So that was
That actually wasn't that good anyway.
13, 9, and 8. All right.
And then last one.
Here we go. One
She's
more.
gonna just double checking the wording of this.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So last one. 28.
Also hits. Full round of monk
20.
attacks.
Dang.
And then, when she does this, she's going to use
11.
Hand of Harm.
What does that do?
Oh.
It basically she's gonna feel like energy just sap out of her. And it's gonna deal 7 necrotic.
Oh my god, how much damage did you do?
Enough. 48 apparently. So
Did I kill her?
Enough.
yeah, so
Can I like render her unconscious?
okay, I was gonna say, what are you looking to do? Because she has been zeroed. Yeah, so you sneak up on her and just arm staff is out, and then you're just beat the heck out of her. What do you want to do with Harumi?
Let's just choose not to kill her if you can.
She's gonna kind of just drag her behind the rocks here.
All right,
She's
so
like out of sight.
so she is unconscious. Yeah, you solidly give her a whack and knock her the heck out and drag her behind the rocks like Solid Snake style.
Just like,
Oh my
instead of
God.
like a chloroform rag, it's just like the hand of harm over her face and just.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, absolutely destroyed the mage. Wow, instantly took out all spellcasting. So
Wow.
that's quite a surprise round. But with that, everyone hears a commotion in the bush as Hermie is just and taken out. And now it's initiative. So everybody roll for initiative.
Here we go.
No valid
So I have
token
proficiency
was-
bonus to my
What?
initiative rolls.
Why did it not roll?
You do. It did?
It did?
Yeah, you got 11. I think we might have rolled at
Oh.
the same time.
Oh, was that
Yeah,
it?
yeah. I think it just didn't show yours.
Yeah, if two people go at the same time, it just chooses one of the rolls to go.
Give me a
Okay,
quick
because I was like, I don't. What?
False.
Yeah, but it always shows it in the chat either way.
Okay.
14.
Ooh.
Wow, we're not rolling high a little bit here.
And ooh. I also realized I forgot to pre-roll everybody, all the baddies, but let me get that up here. All right, so what's everybody's initiative?
11.
11 for Ochiru.
I am at. Ira's at 10.
You're 10.
Right in the middle. Bang.
I'm 14.
Hold on. What's up with my format here? Okay. $14 for Kaivire.
Yeah.
Ira's
Ira is at 10.
10. Oh boy. All right. So, with that first thing, as the initiative pops off, as soon as Kentaro takes his blade away from the civilians, they're going to grab their daughter and start running and seeing all of the dragons dart into action. So they're going to, dash out of here.
You're like, well, we've overstayed, guys. Let's leave.
So they're on their way out and running back down the path. But top of the round, first person is going to be Hayate, who's going to.
Of course.
He actually rolled a natural 20 on his initiative, so he is going to come out of hiding here in the tree line. And
There he is.
he is going to. The closest, he's going to go for the biggest target, and the closest target, and ensure that short work is made of you. So, he's going to use 20 feet of movement to get there.
Try.
And he is going to, actually, first he's going to use his action, to use leadership and activate that at the start. And they just yell out to his allies, Stormbringers, take them now! And kind of looking around though and realizing that Harumi has not come out of her place in queue, is beginning to feel concerned and just says, Harumi! And that is going to be the end of his turn, because that's his action to use leadership. So he could use that from henceforth. That's essentially the equivalent of a bless for his allies. But next up is going to be Kaivire.
She's gonna need a bit more than a bless.
He does it.
Who's it next? Was it me?
Yep, that's you, Kaivire.
Kaivire, yeah.
Yep. Inspired by
Okay.
fire, Kaivire.
Raph, your mic's not going out.
Can you all not hear me?
He got.
Stand by.
Hello.
We can't
Y'all
hear.
hear? Let's see. Check.
Oh wait.
There we go.
All right, sweet.
Oh,
For some
there we
reason,
go.
it stopped coming through voice meter, but we're good. Kaivire, you're up.
All right, so she's just running up. She kind of like does like a detour because I think this is a tree here, right?
Yeah, there's some tree and brush there. I'll say.
She's kind of like weaving through the brush and the trees, and then she just goes bam.
Okay, I'll say. I'll say it'll probably be difficult terrain to get under there. I'm gonna say there's pretty thick brush under that tree.
So it would be.
Might still be able to make it.
You might, with your movement, might still be able to make it. With crazy monk movement, I don't know.
I'm figuring that out. So if I want to go straight here, that's 40. So I have. Do you round
That's
up
like-
or down when you split your thing in half? Your speed. My speed's 45.
I would round down. 'Cause
Well,
generally
just
that's what
double
we're-
double the distance you need to travel.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, so I need to travel 40, so it'd be 80. So would I be like here?
Yeah, well,
You think?
only about 20 feet would be doubled. So, yeah, it'd be a 5, then a 40, and then
So okay, so another.
yeah,
So
and
I
then
get
another
here.
another 5.
Is it
So it'd
worth
be
it?
about 50 feet essentially to get all the way there.
Am I still like hidden if I'm here?
No, you broke your hiding when you did all your
Okay.
melee attacks, so you're technically not hidden anymore.
All of the bunny thumps.
that sounds like something else.
Is it?
No, I was being wholesome. Dang it.
Okay,
Thumper.
it's probably worth it.
Yes, thank you, Thumper.
Technically, as a monk, you
Let me-
can bonus action dash if you spend a key point.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm wondering if it's worth it, because then I have to use my bonus action. It's probably worth it.
It's worth it.
I already broke my thing.
Kick his ass.
Gonna-
Got a big orc ronin here.
Bonus action dash.
All right, mark off that key
I'm
point.
just gonna polearm attack. So it's gonna be regular attack. Oh, I still got the advantage set.
So we'll just go with the
that
first
would
one, so
be-
18.
That's still at 18 though.
18. How is he doing? That hits.
Nice.
You have to check.
It's a 9 bludgeoning.
On
And
bludgeoning
then
damage.
extra attack. $26.
You are rolling so well tonight. Good
Jeez,
grief.
Louise.
Yeah, that hits.
And
You're
with
on
this
fire.
extra attack, she will use Hand of Harm
bludgeoning?
again.
Oh boy, how many times can you do that?
As many key points as I want.
Oh my goodness, that's a 1 key point. Wow. All right, hit him with, what is this, necrotic damage?
Yeah, 7 necrotic.
How did you get a 7 on a... Oh, is it plus...
It's martial arts plus wisdom.
Gotcha. So 7 necrotic
Ooh.
damage. Whew. All right, yeah, you hit him with these series of blows and send this necrotic kind of poison through his body. And he's just as you land these blows, striking through his rusty samurai armor. And you have definitely got Kentaro's attention as this big orc growls and snarls down at you and bears his long katana.
Tiny.
Yeah, as this little bunny dares defy him. Is that it for Kaivar's turn?
Actually,
Oh, is there more you can do?
well, can I... It doesn't say I can't do this. When I hit him that time and then use necrotic, can I also use stunning strike?
Yeah,
It just says when I hit him. It
I
doesn't
think as long
say-
as you spend the key points, you're able to do that. I
Yeah.
think, yeah. So, all right, I'll have him.
Yeah, because that's the
Do
the
a
limit
con save.
isn't how many times. It's the limit is how many key points you have.
Yeah. So con save for him.
Yeah. Well, he's probably got a pretty high con.
The DC. Oh yeah, that's 23.
Oh,
So
I don't even know what the DC is, but that definitely beats it.
definitely beats it. So you, as that necrotic energy pours through him and his veins kind of course, you attempt to stun him with it, but he just shakes it off and now is furiously holding out his katana blade out front and getting ready to take some calculated swings. Trying to click to a
Okay,
different
no.
window and accidentally click the stop streaming button, but we're back on the stream now.
Oh no!
It doesn't give you a prompt before it cancels. Apologies, there will be a
Oh.
brief
That doesn't
lapse.
give you a prompt.
Yeah,
Alright.
Sorry for
Yeah, that's
those
the end of
guys.
the turn.
there'll be a brief dip in the stream, but we are online again.
Feels like anytime I'm online with something.
So that's the end of Kaivar's turn.
Yeah.
Ochiru, you're up next.
Cool. Okay. So how many feet can I see from Kentaro? Am I in 60 feet range, I can't tell.
Of Kentaro or of
Yes.
Hayate?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
5
well within
feet.
60.
Yeah, because
Okay,
you're
so
you're
I
you're
was-
5 feet of Kentaro, but you're
Yeah.
I can't
60
see
feet is
very
half the
well
map.
with the map because I'm still learning how to.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
the ruler
There's
is
a
on
button
the
at the very
toolbar on the
bottom.
left.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
that's for.
It says measure.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you could draw, you could get the pointer to
gotcha.
move, or you could get the ruler.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay, thanks, guys.
And also, when
So-
you click and drag with the pointer to drag your token around, if you right-click while doing that, you can measure your movement before you drop yourself.
Oh, fantastic.
And you could right-click again as that goes along to make little points if you want to do multiple turns or
Good.
animate the movement. Because for us, it'll animate
Oh, okay.
like so. That's what it looks like if you drop a point.
Oh,
It'll animate for
nice.
everyone else.
Excuse me. Sorry, guys. They're having to help me understand the system a little bit more.
Yeah, no
Never
worries.
used this one
First
before.
time on Roll20. So
Wait, does it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, this is my first time ever using Roll20 at all. So, did not know any of this.
yeah.
So, with the fact that I am so close to Kentaro,
Mhm.
I'm going to cast Mind Sliver
On Kentaro.
on Kentaro.
Okay, what does that do?
So what happens is I send a disorienting spike of psychic energy into his head. And when they have to succeed in an intelligence saving throw, if not, they take 1d6 psychic damage.
Oh, he don't do intelligence.
No, he don't. It says on
That's
fifth
a
level,
3.
I actually get. In fifth level, since I'm past fifth level, I do 2d6s
Yes.
of
Oh,
damage.
so yeah, that's right. There's a cantrip. So yeah, natural 3. So
So-
he's gonna take the damage.
So
Go ahead and roll for
that's
damage.
2d6.
Yep.
Is that Mind Sliver?
Sliver, yep.
Yep.
Oh, dude's dead.
9 points of damage to him. All right, 9 points of psychic damage, and what other effect did it have?
Oh, sorry, hold on. I just accidentally exited out. One screen is not always the best, guys. Letting you know. If they do not succeed, they take psychic damage and subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes at the end of their turn.
Mini Bane.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And
next saving
from-
throw.
From what I know, it's a vocal component. So right when I'm casting it, I go Mind Sliver before pulling out my longer katana.
All right. He also could have gotten a D4 to that save from the leadership. However, that would not have helped.
That would not have helped.
But it does apply to attack rolls. So is that
Brother,
Cheers,
help
sir.
me.
Am I allowed to use one of my actions to attack, or was that an attack?
If that took your action,
That's your
then,
action.
Then yeah, you
Yeah, that
cannot
was an
attack.
action. Okay.
But you have your bonus action. You
Then-
have your movement if you want to. Moving away
I
from
will-
someone out of melee range provokes opportunity attacks, but because you're a rogue, you could bonus action disengage.
Yes, I'm going to stay where I'm at
Okay.
and just get ready for whatever is about to happen.
Sounds good. So that's Ochiru's turn. Next is Kentaro. And he just had a whammy put on him. So he's going to start swinging. He's going to take his big katana and he's going to... he's going to swing at... make 2 attacks. So he'll try and put one on each of you, actually, since you both have done him some harm. So against Kai Fire, that's a 15 to hit.
No.
And against Arichu, that's a 14 to hit.
I use
I don't think
uncanny
that.
dodge.
Well, I don't think that hits you, does it?
Oh, does it?
What's your AC?
No, it doesn't. Never mind.
Yeah, you don't have to uncanny
It's
dodge
game,
unless
it
you get
doesn't
hit.
matter.
So, yeah,
Never mind.
that's a miss on both of you. So, wait, actually, I forgot. Hold on, D4 on both of those.
Plus D4s.
Yes, I need to remember. So against Kai Vire, that brings it up to 17.
No.
All right, and against Uchiru,
Ooh.
that brings it up to an 18.
18.
Now see.
Now is the time to
This is
uncanny
where we start
dodge.
to run into problems.
Yeah, I'm gonna use uncanny dodge for that.
Okay. So you have this damage, which is going to be 13 points of slashing damage because of his orcish aggression. The Grumsh's Fury allows him to add the extra dice. So yeah, 13 points of slashing, and reduced to 6. So you take 6 points of slashing damage.
For me or for?
That's for you.
Okay.
And that's going to be the end of his turn. Next up is Ira. Oh, you did
So
minus.
this dude just
you did
walked
minus
up to
4
me like he
instead of
knew what he was
-6.
doing.
Oh, -6. Oh.
And
Oh, I was just correcting her. She subtracted the wrong amount.
Math's hard, guys.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
just put in minus the number I told you.
so this
and
dude just
then
walked
hit
up on
enter.
Ira like he knew what he was doing. And yeah, for your health. Yeah.
Yeah. You could just put. You don't have to put in the health manually. You could just put in minus the amount of damage you took.
It'll do the arithmetic for you.
Yeah, like I said,
really helpful.
virtual tabletop, no math.
You say that, and I'm still doing math. You lied.
So, he has his weapon drawn. I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Katana's out.
He's gonna turn to him as he's preparing to attack, but obviously he hasn't yet.
Mm-hmm.
But she's gonna turn to him. She's gonna stomp her mace into her maul into the ground, and her eyes are going to flash white, a brilliant white light. And she's going to say, "You threaten the people in my community and my entire way of life. You will leave, whether you want to or not." And attack him.
Mm-hmm. Was that your rage? I assume.
And she is going to. Yes, she pops rage. Hold on, let's see. I just got I got some extra stuff. I need to read it again. Hold on.
Oh, got some extra stank.
Where'd it go? Got some extra stink. Oh, it needs bonus actions. Okay, so I'm gonna attack him just normally. I'm gonna use my action to charged strike. I can do
Ooh.
both of these at the same time, right? Yes, I'm gonna use my action to charge strike.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make your attack roll. Just normal or reckless?
Looking for numbers because I forgot to. Oh, reckless. So she's gonna stomp. She's gonna stab her. Literally, she's going to her eyes are gonna pop red, and she's gonna make as if she was clanging her maul into the ground like she normally does. But she's going to fully embed this steel rod into the ground, and it's gonna stand where she put it.
Uh-oh.
And then she's just gonna bull rush him.
Alrighty.
The horns are
That's
out.
a plus 9. $15 to hit?
That's with advantage, right? Because it's a reckless.
Oh no, I have advantage. Yep. There we go. 26 to hit.
That hits.
And now because I'm level 10, I got some extra. I got some more stuff, which is not good for him. They just D10s. It's there's no bonus to the charge strike. It's just the dice, right?
Yeah, just the dice.
Plus, or is it plus strength?
Oh yeah,
Just the
yeah,
dice.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's your regular unarmed strike damage plus the dice. So that's 26.
Oh, so it's a regular damage plus
plus
attack,
your
okay.
unarmed strike damage, yeah. Which would be
So that's gonna be plus my normal attack, which would be 2d4 plus some stuff.
yeah, a bunch of stuff for you.
Yes, plus that. And this is thunder damage. Plus 11.
All right. So 26 and 11. Going the Thunder Ronin, what for? So. All right, with that single
then-
resounding crack of that blow. What else
And
you got?
Then I'm going to use my action to attempt to grapple him.
Well, you already used your action to attack.
No, bonus action.
Oh, well, you use your bonus action to rage too.
Bonus action is rage is a bonus action, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that is everything that I can do on this turn then.
Okay, so you're staying put, but rage is
I
going.
forgot rage is a bonus action.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
back up to.
And I have advantage on all attacks against me.
Gotcha. Right, because you're reckless.
Dang.
Remind me of that. So,
Yep.
top of the round, you hear another battle cry coming from over the tree lines as you see large crowds begin to emerge from other ambush positions. And you see, just bring them out onto the
What do we
token
see?
layer. All of these Chang mercenaries pop out of the woodworks.
There's a lot.
Yeah. As well as the ninja hiding out back. So, but first off, it's going to be Hayate's turn, and he's going to see them coming out of the woodworks. He's just like, oh no. And also realized I forgot to roll initiative for Vitarka. So I forgot to have him in the first round. So actually, he would actually be without
He was looking for
initiative.
booze.
yeah. Didn't find any.
Where was the
He just
rum
ran
always
away.
gone?
Did.
So he's actually, I'm just gonna make him another ninja on the other side, and give him a different tint.
Where's the other ninja?
One with the blue circle around it. Actually, I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, I see him in the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
No, we don't see the circles now.
Hold on. Let me make sure you guys can see. Wait. E. Okay.
Okay.
That'll make pull Vitarka. So yeah. He's up at the top of the round.
Okay.
And let me see again what he can do.
You can do everything. The power of alcohol, baby. I'm kidding.
Get in there.
Don't listen to me, kids. I play D&D.
Yeah, he's just gonna get in and he's going to yeah, he's gonna run down and join you next to Hayate, and he's gonna do a couple of melee attacks against them. Unarmed strikes as he leans in some blows. That's a 26 and a 16 to hit. The 26 hits. Playing 10 points of bludgeoning damage. So that is going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage to him. And yeah, he's gonna bonus action flurry of blows as well. And he is going to lay down another 2 attacks, which is gonna hit and not hit. So that'll be another strike for 12 points of bludgeoning damage. So he's gonna come in and do these series of rapid succession blows against Hayate. And that's gonna be his turn. But next up, Hayate gets to retaliate. So first turn that he actually gets to act after taking all these hits, but he's looking around and looking panicked, not seeing his lover Harumi. He's just like, where is she? And he is going to he is going to make 3 melee attacks. And firstly against, well, first 2 are going to be against Ira. And he actually can have 4. Well, or is that only? No, I think that's just for his allies.
Aw, too bad.
18 against
He
Ira
sounds so upset.
and 26.
He gets advantage.
Oh, that's right. So that the 26 on the first one.
That's
that would
1
be-
hit.
So that would be
Yep.
1 hit, and the next attack with advantage would be 19.
Both way hit.
All right. So you take.
I'll take half of this.
True. He's wielding this two-handed to 11 points of slashing damage, as well as
Down to
Hit.
5.
10 points of slashing damage.
Another
So 5 and 5. And then he's going to see his bounty, though, coming into the fray. Mostly just retaliating against you at the first, but now he's going to attack him. That's a natural 20.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
So that's going to be 18 points of bludgeoning damage to him.
The dude did not make throwing punches easy.
As he takes a number of swift swings with his katana. And that's going to be Hayate's turn. But next up, this ninja is
Ninja.
going to, first off, let me see. Then is going to is going to start moving out, kind of going around the fray and avoiding all the bushes, but making his way at least there. And well, it has a target. It's going to make a light crossbow attack against Vitarka. So that's going to be that's gonna be a 12, which does not hit.
Good try.
So it's just
You get a participation prize.
and the bolt goes past them. But that's gonna be all it's gonna be able to do on its turn. But next up is Kai Fire.
Gonna beat this dude up.
Going to town again.
It's like twice as high. Twice as high. Ugh.
Oh no.
My first
Ooh.
miss.
Yeah, that does miss.
Extra attack.
Okay, she's got like 4 other tries.
11 bludgeoning.
Yep, 27 mega hits. So 11 bludgeoning to him.
And then 1 key point. To do flurry of blows.
Oh boy.
Dang.
1.
21 hits.
And
Bludgeoning.
20.
Yep, also hits. So,
Dang!
oof, going to town on this orc is just... He's just taking all of these hits as you send this rapid succession of quick strikes towards him. Yeah, that is definitely not looking pretty for him. In fact, he's looking pretty injured by this series of blows. Also, the farmers are out of here.
Cool.
By the second round. Is that Catfire's turn?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, did a number on him. Wow. Next up is Ichiru. Or Ochiru, rather.
Ochiru.
I replaced your letter.
Ichiru.
Ah! Wrong characters! So, what she's going to do is just attack him with her sword.
All right.
And get back here, attack.
19 definitely hits.
Did I do that right?
I think so. No, it did not, because it didn't roll a dice.
Why?
It just added your dex modifier.
So I rolled that as a d20, right?
No, not as a d20.
No, dice is D6
no,
for a short sword.
Hold on.
Yeah,
my
D6
character
for a
sheet's
short
kind of
sword.
wonky. Hold on. It is 1d6.
Yep, 1d6 for a short sword. So 1d6 plus your dexterity modifier, plus your sneak attack damage, because you have
Right.
an ally within 5 feet of him.
So
How many d6 is that at level 10?
So that's a d6 plus 4.
4,
So 4 plus 4 is 8.
8,
Plus 5d6.
13.
What?
What happened?
Where did the 13 come from?
Not 13. No. 8 plus 5, right?
No, 5d6.
Oh, don't mind me. I can't do things right.
For your sneak attack damage.
Right. So I roll 5 of those?
Yep, well, just put it in 5d6. So roll them
Okay.
all once and give us the
/
total.
R 5d6. Or you can click on the thing. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's pretty good.
Okay, so that was 8 on the initial damage? Was it?
Yes.
Okay, and then 18.
Plus 18.
All right, so you stab him through with your blades and draw blood, and that is a hefty blow. Is that going to be it for Ochiru's turn?
That was my attack. And so got looking at something here. Sorry, new thing. Yeah, no, I'm good.
All right.
So
So next up is going to be Kentaro's turn, and he is going to, yeah, he is looking extremely rough. So he is going to, yeah, he's probably going to attempt to retreat here. So he is going to use his action to disengage and actually start running for the tree line. And zoop.
can I use cat's claws when he's doing that, or is that
No,
not a thing?
the disengage, he used his action to disengage, which means no opportunity
Oh,
attacks
okay.
against them.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
I'm checking something.
Oh.
Sentinel?
Hey. Wait, do you have Sentinel?
Yeah.
What? I did not
Ooh.
know you were a Sentinel lady. No kidding.
Neither did he.
Yeah. Evidently. All right. Make your opportunity attack. Yeah, Sentinels
Stuff him up.
Sentinel feat allows you to ignore disengage.
No.
11 does not hit. Of all of your high rolls tonight, 11 does not hit. So yeah, a swing and a miss as he makes his way for the tree line, and that's gonna end Kintaro's turn. Next up's gonna be Ira.
Going at it. She, I mean, like, positionally on the map, nothing changes. However, she would like to position herself between, his name is, this one's Kintaro?
This one's Hayate.
This one's Hayate. Position herself between Hayate and the archers and the ninjas, and just try to, like, body block him as much as possible while beating the crap out of this dude. But yeah, just trying to, like, position herself so that she's the one who, like, you have to go through her to get to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that is my unarmed. Reckless and charge strike.
All right. Winding up for a single powerful blow. 21.
Ooh.
Advantage.
And for advantage. 21.
Either way
on the
hits. Either way hits.
And the damage. 37.
Oh.
Whoa. Is he gonna survive this?
And then bonus action attempt to grapple.
Wow. Whew.
Wow.
So that's contested athletics.
Yes, I just want to see if this is affected by. I don't think it is affected by reckless.
All right.
Control opponents or attempt to grapple or escape and grapple is a bonus action. No, it's not an attack. Well, is grapple an attack?
It uses one of your attacks if you make an attack.
Wait, no. Rage gives me
but-
advantage on.
That's true. You do
Rage
have
gives me advantage on athletic
That's
checks,
true.
anyways. So
That's true.
Okay, so
You're raging. Well, and he's got a 7,
Yeah.
so
that's, yeah. This is just for the pageantry of it. Athletics for me, right?
Mhm.
It's 14.
14,
Two really
yep.
low rolls.
Yeah, pretty low, but still beats him. So he is now
Yeah.
grappled by you.
So just, like, stomp this thing to the ground, like, cinch, like, my fist, like, clenches, and you can feel, like, just the energy crackling around, like, as her sinew and muscles and everything just start to, like, bulge into action. Boom, boom, and then bear hug.
So he is getting rocked. And
that is the end of my turn.
yeah, he looks super rough. So Hayate is in dire straits. Yeah. So that was Ira's turn. Next up, the bandits are all going to act. All of these Chang mercenaries. They're actually going to kind of charge into the fray here. So a couple of them are going to...
It's braver than some others.
There we go. Charge in here. And this one, he's only got 5 feet left. They are all kind of moving in. They're gonna dash in to the fray in large groups. So yeah, using some dashes here. They're all gonna move up. In fact, these ones can move even closer with their dash. But yeah, this horde is just swarming in. Oh wait, we got some more down here.
Got 4 down in the middle, yeah.
So
They didn't dash.
They did not, which means one of these guys can actually make an attack. Actually, a couple of them can. These three here surrounding poor Kaivire can make attacks. This one can actually reach Uchiru, so he's actually going to make an attack against her, but this is going to be first 2 against Kaivire. That's a 5 and a natural 20. And then the last one against Uchiru is going to be an 18. That hits. They deal this plus. So that's against Uchiru, since that's just the one, and then that's 4
Am I allowed
points.
to use evasion for that?
Or uncanny dodge, you mean? Their attacks?
Yeah.
You could, but it's a pretty
Evasion
small.
is for spells.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or area effects. But
Okay.
you could, but you would only reduce 2 points of damage, and
That's
it
fair.
would use up your reaction for the round. So it's up to you to gauge whether that's worth it.
Yeah.
But against Kaivire, the crit is going to be 4 points of damage as well. And that's going to be the turn there. But back up to the top of the round, it brings us to Cole Vitarka. Seeing that Ira kind of has things under control, he is going to kind of move forward and begin taking care of some of these baddies. He is going to, use his use his unarmed strikes here to start clearing the crowd a bit. So against those 2 below him, that's a 21 and a 16, which, pop, they both go down. These are minions. So he swiftly goes through and, sends a palm strike and a roundhouse kick to the other, taking them both out. And that is going to be, he's actually going to move towards this different group here, because he still has plenty of movement. And bonus action Flurry of Blows hit a few more. However, it is going to provoke an opportunity attack from Hayate, who technically still can do that even while grappled, but he's just going to kind of swing wildly with one hand. He also takes out 2 here. So sends out a couple of strikes towards each of these, and Hayate, however, makes his roll. Also +9. Yeah, it is. So that hits. And he takes 10 points of slashing damage. Full. But that is going to be the end of his turn. But next up brings us to Hayate, who's in the middle of being bear hugged by Ira. And he is just in this blind fury right now, even in his very weakened state, bleeding out of the edges of his armor. He is he is just furious because he sees that Harumi has not entered the fight, and realizing what that could possibly entail, he's just like, this is not worth living through. And he is enraged and is going to fight zealously to the end. He is going to, from his grapple, he's actually going to take his katana, and you see it begin to start crackling with lightning energy. And he's going to use, also seeing his target kind of get away, but also being kind of enraged. He is, going to, first let me move him back into this space, get the actual movement here. Yeah, he is going to use his action to do a lightning slash. And he is going to swing his katana and fly 30 feet in that direction.
Oh no!
Leaving your grapple with this magical movement.
Did he like turn to lightning?
Well, his katana begins crackling with lightning energy, and in one swing, he kind of flies in a dash where it kind of pulls him along, and leaves a trail of lightning as he goes. So, first off,
Does that hurt me?
these guys are smoked. Well, and actually, you're right, though. He doesn't turn to lightning. First of all the bandits in his path are just absolutely smoked. So in theory, you could still, like, attempt to hold on and go with them.
Yeah.
Are you good? I'll say make a quick athletics check to see, actually, before I move you, if you can handle this.
Oh my gosh. We're having smoked beef tonight, guys.
And I'll roll for Cole to see what his dexterity save is.
29.
Oh yeah, 29. You definitely hold on. His dex save does not succeed. So I'll need you to make a dex save as well. Well, I don't know if you can make a dex save if you're holding on to the source of all of this lightning energy.
Do I automatically fail?
I think I would rule that you would have to automatically fail this if you're holding on. Would you want to let go?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
So you and Ulvatarka both take the full 35 points of lightning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And oof. Yeah,
Man.
that lightning cuts across and singes against Cole, and he is he's looking a bit weakened, and deals that to you as well. Ira,
I do take full from that because it's thunder, right?
lightning, yeah, and so yeah, you don't get any resistances to that. But you hold on to him as he kind of slashes furiously across the battlefield here, and a lightning flash goes across and lands there. But yeah, that's gonna be his turn. Next up, though, we are getting the ninja assassin that has entered the fray and is still seeking its target. It is going to move 30 feet to get here, and you see as it puts away that crossbow, it pulls from its hip this rope dart that it then begins swinging and dancing with, and sends a attack towards Cole, which it doesn't have any allies threatening him anymore, so that is actually in his favor. So it's gonna
They're all dead.
use reach to
They got fried.
yep, to make a rope dart attack. That's a 16. That does not hit, but it gets 2 of these. Nope, neither hit. Wow. So he's spinning his chain rope dart and going around his shoulders and the crooks of his elbows and swinging them, but he is nimbly dodging out of the way of each attack. That's going to be the ninja's turn. Kaivire, you're up next. Do we have Kaivire with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
What's up?
it's your turn.
Okay. So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Rabbit hop. Can I jump as high as I want?
But how is that worded?
It just says you could jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus.
So 5 times your
But it
proficiency.
doesn't say like if it's a long jump or a high jump or anything.
Oh shoot!
So
I suppose that would just be part of your movement then. Yeah. whether you get a running start or not. So I would rule it that way.
Yeah, as long as my movement isn't 0.
Yeah.
Which I think, like, as long as I'm not incapacitated, basically.
Yeah, so your proficiency bonus is what? +4, so that'd be like 5 times 4 is 20. You could jump up to 20 feet.
I'm gonna jump over these dudes.
Alright. You're still gonna provoke 4 opportunity attacks.
Great.
Is it still part of your movement?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So let's, these bandits are all gonna take swings at you with scimitars, these blades that they have in their hands. That's an 8,
No,
a 10,
no.
an 8, and a 20.
Oh, that one hits.
There it is.
So this lucky dude gets,
Probably that same guy from before.
yeah, probably that same dude. 2 points of slashing damage against you.
It's nothing.
But yeah, you leap and bound and spring off of your powerful hind legs, landing.
Just gonna go here.
Over yonder.
Switch. Here. No. Here. Doesn't matter. She's here.
All right. So you land over there.
And then the rest of her speed, going after this guy.
Oh, you're going to finish off Kentaro.
Yeah. I wasn't done with you.
Right.
So that
Darn little thing. As this massive, lumbering, hulking orc turns tail on you. 19 hits.
13 bludgeon. Is that max? That's max.
Yup.
Extra.
Yep.
that enough?
Yeah, he had 2 hit points left. So that first attack is gonna do it, and then some. So
It's gonna render him unconscious as well.
also just running around knocking dudes out. All right, yeah. So he.
Like, I could kill, but I'll be merciful.
So you
That's
just.
her whole subclass. She's Way of Mercy.
That is true. That is the name of the game for you. So crack him with your baton and floor him. Just right on the side of the face. His big, meaty, orcish jowls shaking in slow motion as you give him whiplash across the face, and he, like a tree, topples right here in the wilderness. So that's your first attack. Do you have any more
I
movement?
think I moved 20 feet, and the jump doesn't count as part of my regular movement, so I think I have another, like, 25 left.
Does it not count as part of a movement?
I don't think so. I think it's just, I can jump up to my proficiency bonus movement stuff, like the... let me read it out.
Yeah, what does it say?
As a bonus action, you can jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus without provoking provoking opportunity attacks.
Oh, so you get that 2 hit points back then. Yeah, if it's
You
a
can use
bonus
this trait
action.
only if your speed is greater than 0.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
You can
So that
you
was
can
a
use it a
bonus
number
action.
use it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus,
Yeah,
and
so
regain all expended uses when you finish your long rest.
yeah, so in that case, if it was a bonus action, it uses that bonus action instead of movement. So you still have all of your movement left. You've only used about 15 feet, so got all of your monk.
She's gonna kind of look towards Ira, see if Ira wants any help.
Nope.
Right?
She's about to
Here, then.
suplex another fool.
You have no idea.
And she's gonna attack this dude with her extra attack.
Yeah, so they just saw you leap over their heads, and they're just like, oh, ah. And now they're about to get got from the other side. Mega hits.
So many, I get rolling so many 19s.
And again, these are minions, so bloop, pow.
Roll damage anyway.
Knock that dude out.
And that's the end of her turn.
Alrighty. So that's Kaifire's very full turn. Next up is going to be Ichiru. Or Uchiru. I keep putting an eye at the beginning.
You are! So, what she's going to do is use her agility to get between the target and get closer to Hayate.
Okay.
And she's going to use feline agility which when I'm running at full speed, it doubles until the end of my turn.
Right. Yeah. Well, you certainly won't need that much to get to Hayate down there. But let's see.
I don't?
Where we,
Okay.
Depending on the route you
How...
take. Because everyone with an X over them are just bodies on the floor. So you could crawl right over them.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. I'm not going over by any live bodies. It's kind of going to be between our bounty and Hayate, just being kind of like where this guy is. Being like right here.
Oh, right here?
Get.
All right.
Like this way?
Yeah.
All right, so that'd be 20 feet of movement. Yeah, you make it there. You would provoke 2 opportunities attacks unless you disengage. You use your bonus action to disengage.
Yes, I do.
Alrighty, so no opportunity to attacks there.
Rogue
Quickly
stuff.
Sneak away from them. Yeah, rogue stuff.
Try not to stand on this dead body. Like, she's ruthless, but not that ruthless. Okay, I'm just gonna be over dead bodies apparently, because I can't move anywhere else. And she looks at Hayate. Is he cognate at all, or is he in just pure rage?
He is in a bit of a blind rage right now, suspecting the worst of what happened to Harumi, and he is not happy and is struggling against this grapple that he's been put in, but even as he's used this magical effect to tear across the battlefield.
She quickly gets to Hayate and going, Hayate, snap out of it.
Okay. Are you
I'm going to cast I'm going to give him one chance to actually speak before casting a spell.
He is simply going to respond is just like, out of what? What have I left to fight for?
Your Honor. Isn't that what you used to stand for? Or are you too consumed with the idea that you can't even live without that? As you and I both know, we are from the lows.
Now, the question is, would you like to use your action to make that a persuasion check, or would you like to cast your spell instead?
Oh man, that's the hard part. You know what? I'll use perception on this one.
Or persuasion?
Persuasion.
All right, make your persuasion roll.
I can't see because I accidentally minimized
That's an 11.
it.
So, with an 11, he just
Then do-
scoffs at your remarks and says, "No. I have nothing but this fight," as he clenches his katana, blood dripping down his hands and onto the hilt.
She just stares back at him because, one, I cannot do any more action. Ate, it seems you fight more than you realize. But unfortunately, we're coming to an end. And I have my turn there.
So, as you end your turn, next up would have been Kentaro, but he's kind of taking a nap. So, Ira.
How are we taking a nap? Oh man, I should have tried this.
He looks pretty worse off.
He looks pretty rough. He's in dire straits.
All right.
Completely battered and bruised. Dents in his armor from where you have struck him.
I have 2 options then. And I could do this the easy way or the hard way.
What is Ira gonna do?
He's still struggling. He's still fighting. He looks like he's still aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is furious. at this moment.
All right. Of course. What's it called? Reckless attack. But I'm going to make another grapple check against him.
Ooh.
With my bonus action.
All right. So another contested athletics. Going to be nope. Yeah, you already
basically the same thing you rolled last time.
Yeah, without even needing the advantage from your rage. Yeah, you succeed in that check. Now, what does that do?
Yeah. Let's see if I roll a natural 20 just real quick. No natural 20. All right, so I'm use takedown.
Oh.
And I'm gonna lift him up into the air
Oh no.
and set him back down on his head.
All right, so here comes the long-awaited suplex.
Suplex. So like she's already got him in the bear hug. She just flew 30 feet across. She's gonna basically swing around his waist from like the momentum, catch her footing, plant, lift, and suplex him.
Wow.
Oh man.
So he gets placed 5 feet to my right.
So here.
And takes it takes my unarmed strike damage. $11 points of damage.
All right, so what will it be then? Are you knocking him out, or
How's
are you
he
going
doing?
to kill? Because he's down for the count.
Oh no, knocking him out. So
Okay.
okay, because I was gonna say if he's still alive, which I guess I will do this anyways. However, this is more narrative at this point. Just plant, lift, slam him down, and then like climb over him, put my hoof down on his chest, and like have my fist, over his head, like ready to deliver what could easily be a killing blow to somebody who is in the position that he is in.
Yeah.
And just ensuring that like he's done.
Mm-hmm. So as you slam him down on the ground, and this small mushroom cloud of dust erupts there, as you mount and begin to deliver a finishing blow, you see that he's down for the count. And you stay your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be the end of your turn? Still have more you can do, right?
Nope, that's not my action.
Yeah, you still have your action, because that was just your bonus action. So
I'm gonna
Hayate
use
is down.
So he's down.
Yeah, just so you guys know that I really need to get going soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she has to get ready.
Yeah, I do as well.
Ira's gonna look at the name that she gave was
Cheeky.
Cheeky. She's gonna look at Cheeky and say, "You know what you need to do, but don't go too far, and go towards the ninja."
All right.
And then just beat the crap out of him too.
I'm sorry. I love that because old Cheer is just sitting there in battle mode, and all she hears this, and then the ox just goes wee.
Because like she has this eerie, serene calm about her, where her eyes are this glowing white hot, like looking at the sun in her eyes, and she looks up and she's moving with like curiosity, but she is not. It looks effortless to her, and she's not angry. She doesn't like do these things with a sense of like
Not
destruction.
like Hayate and
She's
being
doing these things
blind.
out of. But yeah, she's not like she smashes him to the ground, looks up, and is like, okay, this one's done. Moving on. It's not anger of like I want to hurt this guy. It's okay, he's done. He's out. Moving on. I need to put this one to sleep. That was a charge attack
Mm-hmm.
against the ninja.
Oh boy.
28 to hit.
Yeah, that mega hits.
Oh man, 44 on a
Oh.
charged attack.
Dang.
Dang.
Do you get an extra thing for the run up with being a Minotaur, or?
I have to be dashing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, if I
Alright.
dash, I have a bonus action attack that I can do. So
gotcha.
that's just a normal attack. That's just a normal run.
Gotcha. So, yeah, you still run over and bulldoze, crack this dude, and deal a pretty hefty blow. Yeah, and that's your action.
Here. Actually, I think I could easily just go like. And that's where she will end her
Ooh.
turn.
Okay. End of your turn. The bandits are all going to take their turns. But after seeing the hefty blow that this ninja took, this assassin, and seeing no other of the Stormbringers left to distract the dragons and its target, is going to go ahead and just signal with his hands. And you see the bandit horde, at least what's left of them that is still conscious, begin to retreat.
Yeah.
So they are all going to start moving out. And
Bye,
in
Felicia.
disparate directions. As they
Scram!
break formation and begin to scram. But yeah, that's gonna be their turn. The ninja's actually gonna get to go before Cole is technically at the top of the round, actually. So he could actually make an attempt here to deal some blows against this assassin. For what it's worth. Yeah, those actually both hit. And he deals 9 and 10 points of bludgeoning damage. So he gets actually pretty severely hurt from that, but is still up and running to be able to make his retreat and disappear into the tree line on his next turn. Or I suppose that would be his action to disengage.
That's bonus action disengage.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still make his way down that way. So, but they are continuing their retreat. Do any of you attempt to stop them?
Campfire?
I take that as a no.
Oh, I think she's out really quick. She's getting ready.
I just got back.
Oh, okay, you there?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So
Ninja's running away. Do you want to go after him?
Which one's the one that's the enemy?
this
This one.
ninja.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just asking, yeah, because everybody, the whole Chang private militia is making a tactical retreat. But your turn would be next if you want to attempt to stop him.
I got nothing else to do.
14 misses.
Oh.
It does or doesn't?
It misses.
Oh, okay. Extra attack. 15.
15 just hits.
Does that hit?
8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning damage.
I have some key points left.
Oh no. He's
I'm
still
gonna
up.
flurry blows.
Oh snap. That definitely hits.
26, 6 bludgeoning.
Oh, yeah, well, that...
11 does not hit.
Yeah, that first attack does put a wallop on him, and that's going to be a KO strike. That brings him down to 0.
Oh man.
Unconscious. An
Also-
unconscious strike.
Also unconscious. So you give him a good whack and whoosh, knock him down to the ground in the grass in these glades as the rest of the bandits continue to spend the rest of the round essentially retreating. And so that is gonna bring this combat encounter to a close. And with
Kavai is
that,
gonna look out from the bushes. It's like... But she's eyeballing Oichiru?
which you
Yeah.
Oichiru?
Ochiru.
Oichiru, okay. She's like not really sure like how to feel. She's like suspicious but not hostile. And she goes up next to Ira.
Ara's gonna reclaim her staff from the ground, or her maul from the ground.
Can how bad is Hayate? Can she check?
you check on him. He is definitely bloodied and bruised, but conscious, still breathing.
She puts her swords back after taking a cloth and wiping off of Kentaro's blood off of her blade before sheathing it. And she actually steadily goes over to Ira and them. About right here. Not too far, not too close. Did you take out Harumi? The mage goblin.
Does Kaivira answer?
Rose?
Sorry, what'd she say?
Pretty much Ochiru asks what is the whereabouts of Harumi? Is she dead or alive?
Which one's that one?
The hobgoblin mage.
She points over to the rocks. She's just behind there. She's alive.
She bows. I apologize for this encounter.
Was it your fault?
In a way, yes. In a way, no. She looks at... Does she recognize the bounty as someone from the Empire that she would know or have knowledge of from her connections?
Not necessarily someone of renown in the Empire. No, I don't recognize him.
Not even with her education connections?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. She kind of surveys the area. She looks at the person who's supposed to be the bounty. And there's something in her that gives her not an off-putting stance, but seems that her stance might be a little bit clearer versus when Ira maybe had seen her beforehand. You said once of not making things too long. dare say I might not have that option. But I do have a sounder mind of what I will stand on. And she looks at Hayate. We are more pawns than we sometimes even realize. And it seems we have been used once more. I am not here to collect the bounty. If you would like, it could be an ally. I do not know about those who have already been taken down by the Empire's way of living. Good example are the people you just fought. There's more to the Zhao Empire than just conquering. And there are some that held more than just the title or money. You said you can help people if they are wishing it. Is this still correct, Miss Ira?
Our monastery is a sanctuary. It serves as a place of hope for those who don't have any.
If you are willing, would you allow me to stay? If I can convince the others too as well. Do not know about Kintaro, for he has done wrong. As well as we do not have right to ask. But you have probably felt the struggle Hayate must feel. Even more so physically, as you were very, very well grappling him. There are more lost souls in this than you might realize.
Our doors are open to those who wish to find a path to change. But it will not come easy to you or these here, and she gestures to the bodies.
Just all the dead bodies around the floor. Life has never been something of ease, Ira-san. But if one wishes to change, it is that hardness in life that shows that we can. I have no problems with this hardship, if it means to live differently. You speak uniquely, something the Zhao Empire does not have. Not very prominent, I should say. If you would allow. But I understand if you do not.
Our doors are open. However, you must understand. Trust is earned. You will not be
anything.
You will not be within our walls as a student yet, but merely as a guest.
A guest is a pathway to an open door. More ways than one. And if I must start also with staying in the village, I do not mind. I'd rather prefer it that way if you do not. For a moment, at least. So trust has been made. For both ends.
Remember, home, safety, it is not a place, but it is a people. As long as you are around those who you feel can make you better, you are where you need to be.
I can get this boat to leave. You will only have to deal with one other boat afterward.
I was just gonna I think she's just walking around surveying the battlefield, but she's gonna go over and just gonna throw this dude over her shoulder, and
Are you throwing Hayate over her
so just grab over his shoulder like it's like a sack of grain, and just gonna find some of the other what were they? They were the thunder.
The
The
Stormbringers.
Thunderbringers.
No,
The Stormbringers. Why did I almost say Thunder too?
Stormbringers. Find
It
the
was the
others.
Thunder Ronin.
Find the other Stormbringers and just
Okay.
just kind of collect them and just pile them. Thunder Ronin and kind of pile them up on her shoulder, and she's just like, the boat will leave.
So, that being said, kind of wind things down to a close here, since we've gone over a bit. Naturally, the island does return to some peace for some time. So, the Chang trading conglomerate ship eventually leaves port, actually very shortly after their retreat, realizing that they are outmatched after some of their such a large force was driven away. What then is the fate of the Stormbringers? You send them away on their ship?
Yep, send them back to where they came from, with a very keen reminder that the dragons of Shuishang defend this island.
I think beforehand, is there any way to convince Hayate and Harumi to not leave?
To stay on the island?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or are they too far gone?
It would take some mighty convincing. Which we do not have necessarily the time to roleplay now. But
Yeah, that's
that would
fair.
require a pretty mighty convincing. They certainly would not desire to. But so that being said, they would, and especially feeling relieved to know that they're alive, and that they still have each other. They kind of count their losses and regroup and move on from this bounty. But so the pursuer, they will leave port, and eventually all the ships are cleared, and again the island returns to some peace. And should she be allowed, Uchiru is able to join the dragons in their monastery as one of their own. And given time, maybe find some acceptance there. Meanwhile, Cole Vitarka remains with the dragons in the monastery as well, joining their ranks, becoming a dragon in his own right. He perfects his kung fu under the tutelage of Swan Cry, and if she'd be willing to train him, more of his ninjutsu under the training of Uchiru, as she actually has the knowledge to be able to complete some of that training, more so than Swan Cry would be.
I think at the beginning she would not stay in the monastery. Given her background, she might be in like a little hut next to it, but not actually in the dojo yet.
Mm.
And we'll
Work up to
go
it.
back and forth. Yeah, work up to it. She's a very slow easer.
But in any event, as you ease your way into that new life, and as Cole also does, he remains for quite a extended stay. Ultimately, living there 3 years and training before deciding on the purpose that he'd been in search of. One of returning to his homeland of the Anishar Kingdom. And using the resources available to him, of his skills, he's able, his barony, to fight injustice. Take to heart the lessons he'd learned from the dragons here. But Shuishang returned to peace. After this little excursion, as many lives converged and are now forever chained. And that is probably going to be where we end this third session of the Isle of the Dragons. So,
Oh man.
that being said, yeah, we went over a little bit, so we got to wind this down, but some quick last credits before we do. Obviously, our character art is always by Rose. So thank you very much, Rose, for all of that, and the new art for Uchiru.
So good.
It's so good. Looks amazing.
I love it. She looks
Yeah.
awesome.
And the a lot of prep was very last minute, and so was not able to do as much custom work as I would like. But big thanks to 2 Minute Tabletop for the battle map, who gives Creative Commons battle maps on their website. Brilliant stuff. So that is gonna be it for this session, and hopefully the Dragons of Shuishang will return one day down the line. But till then, we'll see y'all later. Peace. Squared. Have a good night. God bless.